what's called harmonic analysis, when you develop in time over these periods of periodic sequence that's going on. So it wasn't a direct attack at you. And the concepts of time, like is in Africa, is circular. And so we see this not only in Kemet, you see this in Central Africa, you see this in Europe, you see this in all African cultures. They think of time as a circular motion. They think of time as an entity itself. Time is not just something that's sterile, something that's just out there, you know what I'm saying, that you're trying to, stay away from, the grandfather of time. You hear this stuff in Western culture. In African culture, time is an entity. Time is a way to connect with the ancestors. It is a time. Time is a way that you connect with the universe, understanding that time is perceived from the consciousness. The universe is as I said, they see the universe as standing still. The only reason that time passes is because your consciousness is saying that time passes. The universe itself is not moving, so it has a stability. And this is why when they built Kemet as a topological manifold that was invariant. It's not about changing stuff over time. That's why in 4,000 years, if you look at it, in 4,000 years, even though they had the math and the understanding, let me say this. I don't know if y'all remember, from you guys, some of y'all might have watched the old videos of John Henry Clark. Some of you guys might never heard of him, but there's a brother, an elder. His name was John Henry Clark. Look him up. And I remember as a teenager, he said that the ancient Egyptians had the knowledge to make gunpowder. They knew all the chemical elements to make gunpowder, but they never did it because their mind didn't think that way. And this was something, because my dad used to make us. He used to force us to watch those videos, John Henry Clark and all those other stuff. And man, I went to bed. I remember going to bed that night, and I was like, damn, man, I wish they would have made gunpowder. It would have stopped, the Arab invasion, the Europe, they just created their technology. But the thing is, that's not how African people think. You know what I'm saying? Somebody need to mute out.
Oh, my bad. That's me.
Somebody need to mute. So that's not how African people think. And it took me years to understand that. I had to, reading African philosophy and stuff. So they, like I said, Kemet was, the Giza Plateau is a topological manifold, an invariant manifold, because they built it 4,000 years. If you look at the construction, you look at the buildings and stuff, nothing changed. It's all the same for 4,000 years because they was about maintaining stability, maintaining the same thing as the beginning of the Mayat. You want to, in one of the probably, sorry, Carl could probably tell you better than I can. One of the I want to say the inscriptions, it tells you that they want to maintain the same as the same as the future generations, to be the same as the ancestors. They was not about changing stuff over time. That is the European way. We want to change things over time. Things must get better with time. You have to change things and progress and stuff. This illusion of progress. The new iPhones. Everybody getting a new iPhone every year. What's wrong with your old damn phone, nigga? You ask somebody who buys a new iPhone, you ask them, yo, what happened to your own phone? You can't make phone calls? That joint don't work no more.
Yeah.
But it's an illusion. It's an illusion that European culture presents, this illusion of progress. It's a great book called The Ideal of Progress, where they talk about this. So I mean, yeah, it wasn't a direct at you. I knew you was gonna say that. Right. It wasn't directly at you.
Because like I told you, in quantum onlyism, existence is a toroidal sphere. It's self-sustaining. So we know it has to be in the circular form. And you said it took you years to see that. Let me tell you how intuitive I am. You remember the Lion King and that song, The Circle of Life?
Mm-hmm.
I knew it then. Okay, now on Kemet, I ain't disrespecting Kemet in no way. I don't disrespect Kemet in no way. It's true that the surviving mathematical evidence and historians lean on Kemet having mathematical, real mathematical papyruses like the Rhind papyrus in ancient Egypt especially had related materials that shows real mathematics like arithmetic, geometry, measurement, practical problem solving, and sophisticated procedure. Britannica describes Egyptian mathematics as closely tied to the practical accounting and surveying, and the Rhind papyrus is one of the major sources of that knowledge. That is serious, but it ain't the same thing as proving that formal calculus, modern harmonic analysis as a developed dominant discipline, or complex number theory in the later formal sense. That leap still needs primary evidence, not pride and pattern matching. That's all I'm saying about that on Kemet. It's the things that you saying. The complex number argument, that's like was kind of like overstated. But I ain't gonna, you know what? Since you said that about time, I ain't gonna lean on you. I ain't gonna lean on you because I like Kemet. I got books and I done research on Kemet. I got research on the Arista papers. If you read my books, if you ever decide to read my books, I sent you a email. You said you didn't get it. Sorry for you. But I think you better tighten up, man. If you're trying to get yours out there, because it's just some things in there, man. I'm looking at this. Yeah, matching up. Philo, Sia, and who we have to talk about these things. The letters to the wrist, all that. But I don't want to get into that because that's a foreign in a sore. But I think you're wasting your talents over there. You need to come to quantum only, and I'll show you. I'll give you my papers, and I'll show you where your mathematics is trying to lead to. It's time for an update. Those people had mathematics and all that stuff, and you telling me that smart, and you said that they had stuff to make gunpowder. They should have known to make gunpowder.
They wouldn't have done that.
Through, the people who made it came through and took their science. I put it like that, took their science. Y'all don't understand that when wars and stuff like that happen, when people take over, it's proven whose culture is superior at the time. If they smart enough to do all that, and y'all say, I hate when y'all say they was just out there and that ain't how their mind was thinking. That's absolutely absurd. Y'all missing a spot, and I ain't gonna get into it because that's L. Ron Thuggett. Can tell you about that, and y'all don't like L. Ron, but y'all missing a spot. Okay, you real close. You wasting your talents on that. That's already been done and pushed to the side and grabbed and took to somebody else's stuff. We need an update, and I got the update over here. Your mathematics will become king. You will go down in history. Stop wasting your time on something and trying to recycle something that somebody already tried to use. It's a new day. Birds in a cage know how I feel. The sun in the sky know how I feel. Flying high. Who?
All right. So we reply to that. I don't know who's next, but before we ever go next, let me reply. So this is the thing, bro. I'm saying when last time we talked, I asked you to show because you said your model is not linear, and I said, well, okay, show us how it's not linear, because I already showed you that you're using a linear model, okay, but yet you still haven't showed us how it's not linear. All right. So the second point is so I understand your perspective of they not using gunpowder them as a default. Other people coming in using gunpowder, and these people using their weapons of steel and their swords and stuff. Many people make this analysis and stuff. The thing is that, like I said, you have to read African philosophy. You have to understand their point of their world view. So if it goes against my art, if it goes against Iwe Pile, this concept of balance and orders, more than likely they don't do it. So we as we will see, like if you look up the metallurgy, them smelting steel back in ancient times. They were smelting iron, not steel, but iron and stuff like that, long time ago, way before the Europeans. But if you look up what were they making, they weren't making swords, they weren't making weapons. They were smelting metal to make masks, to make these artifacts and stuff, because they were concerned more with the spirit, because they understood that being here on earth is a short time. You're only here for a short time. Once you leave here, you got to go back to where we came from. And where we come from is eternal. So that is one of the reasons why our ancestors and the ancients, they did not look at, they want to make weapons to fight. They want to create destruction, because they understood that, I'm about to kill, you about to kill a human life. You about to destroy this environment. That is something that the creator says, no, you don't do. You don't do that, regardless of what is going on. You know what I'm saying? But we caught up in the Western worldview. We grew up in America where the philosophy is, nigga, get yours, nigga. That's the philosophy. You know what I'm saying? What 50 said, get rich, die trying. You know what I'm saying? That's the philosophy. That's how white people, that's how Europeans think. That's how they see the world. Survival of the fittest.
So if that's how they see
that
the
is
world,
not. Wait, hold up. That is not the African world view. That is not how we view it. But here's the key point. If you ever read African history, I suggest the destruction of Black civilization. If you ever read African history, you will notice, and also there's a book called Fighting the Slave Trade. You will notice that white people could not defeat us. They had to use trickery. They had to use other Black people to con us into doing things and to defeating us. They could not defeat us straight up one-on-one, straight up battles. That's not how we lost. We lost through trickery. Haiti is proof and prime evidence of that. Haiti beat all the European powers at the height. At the height of slavery, they beat all of them. They couldn't touch them. The only way they was able to beat Haiti was through trickery. That's the only way. And we saw the power of African spirituality being used during that time. They used African spirituality and they defeated all the European powers. But we don't think about that. So the thing is this: African people have a different world view. They view the world differently. When they first came in contact with the Europeans, they couldn't understand their mindset. They couldn't understand. You know what I'm saying? They didn't understand it. And Tutmosis III, I would say I think Ramses IV and Ramses II, they all Seti II, they all had said. Asaram Khan could correct me on this. They all said that, hey, do not let these people back into the country. After they pushed them out, they kicked them out of Kemet. They said, never let these people back into the country. These people are detrimental. They're deaf. However, you know what I'm saying, that stuff, the later generations, that stuff fell on deaf ears because a lot of kings at that time was marrying Asian women. You know what I'm saying? They was bringing in these Asian women to make these alliances to unify stuff, to bring peace, and which caused the downfall later on. So we see this, like the destruction of Black civilization. He explains this in his book, and he goes and he shows you how that it wasn't the fighting that we lost, it was through the manipulation, trickery that we lost, that we was able to lose. So I believe, I'm gonna say this. and it's the first time I ever saying this publicly, because I've shown, I've shown that, if we use, as you know, you like to use Bayesian, my brother Al like to use Bayesian statistics. If you use Bayesian statistics, you can prove that Kemet, the Dogon, the Yoruba, the Congo, the people in the Congo, that their analysis of the beginning of the universe is not just something just made up. You could prove that through Bayesian statistics. So it's not just something just made up, just something that just created out of thin air. It's based on actual facts. And so if their understanding of the beginning of the universe is proof, you could prove it through statistically, that means I jump from there to use what's called the squeeze theorem. In calculus, you have something called the squeeze theorem, where you prove you have three functions. Where I could take one, I could take two, I could take three. And if one and two, hold up. This is my presentation. Hold up. If 1 and 2 is correct, bringing them together, that means, no, 1 and 3 is correct, bringing them together, that means 2 is correct. So if 2 is correct, that means that everything that our ancestors have said about the spirituality, about their understanding of the cosmology is correct, is real. So when the Dogons say that Ogo is the negative energy in the universe, and Ogo is one who creates negativity, that creates chaos and Isfet, I believe that the Europeans are direct descendants who are bringing in that energy. They correct it. They are directly connected to the energy of Ogo. So they bring in the negative energy. This is why everything that they do is negative and lead to negative results. No matter what the positive, no matter what you try to say positivity about it, every research, every scientific development has a negative effect on society. Whereas you look at African science, they don't do that.
So you saying, so basically you just saying that you think that my philosophy of time is linear because I grew up in the West, and there's no possible way that, even when I told you that at 9 years old, I recognized the circle of life. I want to debate you on that, and I can prove to you that in my model is not linear, because reality is not just one-way chain events. In quantum onlyism, existence is produced by the co-presence of time and nature, stabilized through feedback, upgraded through phase transitions, and expressed through factoral coupling across scales. Linear sequence exists inside the model, but the model as a whole, recursive, is not linear. I'm talking about existence. So that's what I have to prove to you in a debate or something, or you can get my book and I can prove to you that you need to update and come to quantum onlyism. I'm telling you, you're wasting your time. This is not a Western philosophy. This is my philosophy. A golden brown American who might have lineage from Africa and whose mindset is like that. I understand the circle of life. I never said that my stuff was linear. Just because I grew up in the West, I have my own philosophy. That means it goes against them too. This ain't a Western philosophy. This is our philosophy from the United States. Grew up in the United States.
You have not shown that.
I can show it to you. I got a book to show it. That's what I'm telling you.
You don't have to shoot the whole book. You just have to show it in just one aspect. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. What you want me to pull my book up?
I'm just saying you don't have to. Wait, hold up. Okay, OTK, hold up. OTK, you just got on here, brother. OTK, you just no. Wait, only hold up. Only hold up. OTK, you just came on here. Don't do that, man. We're talking. Don't do that. You need to wait your turn like everybody else.
Yeah. 1,000 pardon, bro. 1,000 pardon. Hey, listen. It's some things that you were saying that I agree with, bro. I'm waiting my turn. But yes, Quantum has showed when he did his presentation, he has showed a diagram to back up what he's saying.
That's
whether
not
we
first.
Believe it or not.
Stop it. Quantum. OTK, stop it, because that's not what I'm talking about. Okay, that's not what I'm talking about.
He want
I'm
to see my
talking.
math. You want to
Let
see
me
my
talk.
math, don't you?
I'm talking to. Oh no, it's not that. It's not that. I don't need to see the math because you already showed your presentation and stuff, and we already talked about this. And what I said was that in your diagram, in your philosophy, you're using linear time. And then you replied and said, "No, I'm not using linear time only." And all I said was, "Okay, then where is it not linear?" You know what I'm saying? That's all I said.
And that's what I just said. It's not linear, because time itself. Because look, my model is not linear because
Isn't time
reality.
circular?
I'm talking about entire reality is not just a one-way chain of events. Existence is produced by the co-presence of time and nature through stabilized feedback, upgraded through phase transition, and expressed through factoral coupling across scales. Linear existence, linear sequence exists inside of this model. So you can see linear sequence inside the model, but my entitled model, the whole is recursive, not linear. It's a self-sustaining system. Existence is a self-sustaining system. This is why I tell you, you have to get my books.
All right. We're gonna have to come back to this. Who's next? What's up?
Can I say something? I
Hey,
heard this.
was a good build low, King Hercules. Great build low, bro. For
I,
real,
For
for
real.
real.
For
I,
real.
I like the presentation. It
Yeah,
was
I respect it. I
Who's
respect it.
next?
it's good, Nerd Man.
Oh, the bat. Go ahead, the bat.
Especially as somebody who I'm only a second generation American.
Hold on,
And
before you go in, the bat. Who going after the bat? Let's take a roll call real quick. And
Can
we'll
I
go
go?
on in.
Can I go after him?
Yeah, Courtney been waiting patiently, I think almost the longest, and he hasn't said anything for like 30 minutes. Courtney next. OTK popped up.
Peace,
Then Sadiq.
A1. No, you
Yep.
know I wait, A1. Peace, brother. I love you.
Yep. No, you actually are next though. And then I think Sadiq Rob popped up last.
Yes, sir. What up,
Did
And
Bama?
then, and then we'll double back to No Love, Drew, Roy Chess, and back
Sadiq
to
in the
Holy.
house. Sadiq in
And the
the
okay,
SRM
house.
guy, I think he's answering with Hurt, so he gonna jump in here and there. Go ahead, the bat. Sorry about the interruption. It's on you.
um, I, like I said, I love the presentation. Especially good, like I said, I'm a second generation American. And
Your
like
audio is horrible. We can't understand you.
I said, I loved your presentation. I said, especially being a second generation American who, whose whose grandparents are from Ghana and Nigeria, Yoruba. So like that it, I really did like it. And I I wanted to address multiple things. Is that one like um the gun somebody what was the one thing that he said I think it was Roy Chess said. I wanted to address one thing that Roy Chess said, and that was about I think it was about mathematics. Um and like mathematics and science are mathematics is a science, and regardless of if you if it's applied mathematics or um what's the other thing? All mathematics is science. It's just they correlate, they coexist. And what I'm trying to get through what everybody said or not. And the the thing that the linear thing. I wanted to get into that about because we talked about cosmology and the other we talked about the Big Bang theory. I don't know, but in the when I was on Oldie channel on TikTok, and I wanted to say, yeah, they do this. They use linear progression, and they end up with faulty math because they use linear time, and that's how they end up with the faulty math, and they have placeholders like T0. and permanent. But I did want to say one thing that I mean, I'm not saying that it's necessarily right, but I did. Offbar had said something that was interesting in that shot. That was how do you know what you are saying is right and how you're perceiving it is right. That's just the one thing I want. That's the one thing I want to add. I'm not saying that it's wrong.
Say that again.
How do you know that what you studying is right and the way that you're perceiving it is right?
Oh, okay. Um, Truthfully, I don't know if it's right. I have my this is just my theory, my theorems that I'm thinking about. So I'm not trying to. I mean, I'm presenting myself as coming up with these new ideas. I believe that from what we've been told about the ancestors, about ancient Kemetic, ancient societies, about their understanding of science and mathematics has been watered down.
Hmm.
And the reason I would draw that conclusion is because after taking all these math classes, it's like I'm looking at stuff. Okay, you giving me the stuff to study, and then when I look at their society and the stuff that they did, it's like, wait a minute, this matches up with with same stuff that they did. Hold up, this matches up with something that they did. This matches up with this. It's like, wait, how come they didn't know that? And so, from the Western perspective, they say that there's no proof because there's no written record. And so I'm saying that the proof is in the structure, in the temples and the pyramids and stuff that they left behind. That's the proof. Because for you to create a building, a structure that has 13 mathematical constants in it, that is not post hoc rationalization. That is not apophenia. Okay, you can't say that. If it had one or two, you could say it's post hoc rationalization. But on top of that, for you to find the same mathematical constants over the centuries, the timeline over the centuries, 300 or 400 years down, that's showing intent. That shows you that information was passed down intentionally. It's
And
not something that they just randomly, it came up because they're using the cubic. And as people would say, well, they use the cubic, so therefore you're always going to get these measurements. No, you're not always going to get those measurements. When you're passing down this information, it'll be different. Especially like, for example, I think my prime example would be the bent pyramid. The
right.
bent pyramid was a mistake. It broke halfway. When they was trying to build it, it broke. However, the measurements still equals the golden ratio, and you still equal pi. You still have the exact angles and stuff. If it broke, when you're building a house, your blueprint, if stuff doesn't follow the blueprint, those measurements should not still be equal at all. So therefore, you're looking at intent. You're looking at something that they meant to put in there. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to get pi from a room, the king's chamber. You get pi, and you get the meter, the measurements of a meter. You get the measurements of orders number. Hold up, that's not just post hoc rationalization. So that's what I'm looking at. That's what I look at. And you guys also have to take in mind that, like I said, a lot of other groups of people all around the world are over there studying the history of Kemet and trying to figure out what they knew.
And,
If they were pseudo, they didn't know what they were doing. Then how come everybody around the world are over there? How come they not in Europe or Russia or in South America trying to study what's going? Why they're in Egypt?
Right.
So that means there's something to what they knew.
You made a statement that there was a white guy that spent a little bit of time over there, and he was like that is on this level, right? I forgot what the game was or what the thing was. You said it was like they were thinking on the level of a master test. It's not. I can't remember everything. That was a long time ago.
Bro, I can't hear you, bro. You breaking up.
But oh man, I should have took notes, but I was in the shower. But um, and you mentioned it, and if this was and my thing is, if this was their just everyday thinking, if they, what level were they on when they were actually like doing their actual like when they were actually building these structures? Because you're saying that this is the level that they were on if in their everyday, in their everyday thinking. That this is what he observed in their everyday thinking, that they were on this level of thinking. Then what level were they on when they were doing their mathematical instructions and stuff like that?
You said when they was doing their mathematical instructions?
When they were using math for these structures and things like that. So what I'm saying is, you were saying that they were on this high level of thinking,
Yeah.
just everyday thinking, right?
Okay.
You mentioned how this guy went over, observed them. This white guy went over, observed them, and said
Yeah.
they were.
Yeah.
Yeah, if this was their everyday thinking, what would just imagine what the level would be when
When
they
they
are actually structured, when they are
Okay.
actually putting math to the actual, science.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
And that's my point. That's my point. Because as the guy you talk about is David Hewlett or something like that, a German mathematician, was pointing out that Makala, when you're a master of Makala, your level of thinking is equal to the gamma function, the probability gamma function. You know what I'm saying? And if you just type that in, type in the probability gamma function. So your level of thinking was on that. You was thinking on that level. So by the time they came up to Kemet, you know what I'm saying? They was on higher levels. And that was my point. You know what I'm saying? The brother Onlyism asked me why did I brought up complex analysis? Because I was trying to show. So I don't start with Kemet. I start with Central Africa, South Africa, 20,000, 40,000 years ago. And these people moved to Kemet. They moved. It was a group of people, a whole group of people that moved to Kemet, this area in what we call southern Egypt today, the Sudan, and they founded Kemet. So you had the priests, the Babalaos, you know what I'm saying, who had this knowledge. And you have to understand, it was only amongst the top priests. It wasn't amongst everybody. It wasn't like today, you just couldn't go into the library and read. You had to be initiated to learn. That's the thing. You had to be initiated to learn this information. And so the Babalaos, they had this information because they've been studying it for years. It's been passed down for generations. So by the time they came to Kemet, they wanted to apply it. I believe that they decided to form a society. Was like, yo, it's time to apply, use that applied mathematics to put it, everything that we know, to put it, practice, to put it into practice. And that's why they founded Kemet. And so they could put it to practice to show us, what they knew. And so one of the reason that I talked about the complex analysis is because the Great Pyramid is one of the accumulation of all their knowledge. So the Great Pyramid itself is a representation of a complex analysis problem. This is my own research. This is my saying. This is my own research, and I need to write a paper. I keep saying I'm gonna write a paper on this, but this is my own finding from me looking at the results and reading, all these papers that people have been writing about the Great Pyramid. You know what I'm saying? And I looked at it, I realized that holy shit. I kid you not. I was studying, I was just doing studying one night. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to solve a problem. And I looked at it. And when I looked at my results and I looked, and then I said, wait a minute, this can't be true. And I looked at the pyramid, and then I looked at my problem again. And I said, no way, yo, this is right. And then it is a representation of a imaginary number of an imaginary number of the imaginary number z to the fourth power of -1. And so I sent it to my friends. Saying I have my fellow teachers. They have their PhDs in mathematics. Their master's degrees. I was like, yo, look at my math, yo. And they went over the math. Like, yeah, you did this right. What's wrong? Then I sent them the picture of the pyramid, and I told them compare it. And they looked, and they say, yo, Herc, are you serious? I said, you said the math is right and it's matching up. Are you telling me that I just proved that the pyramid is a physical representation of a complex analysis equation? And they all agreed. It's only three of them. But they all agree. It's like, damn, the math adds up. So that was my reason for bringing up that, because they put inside the pyramid, they was trying to show us everything that they know. You know what I'm saying? They trying to show the knowledge that they knew. The Assyrian complex, you know what I'm saying? The quantum well. That's just something I just figured out. Last couple of months been watching, I said, Dr. Sarah's videos. You know what I'm saying? Going over that. It's like, damn. So it's a lot of information. Like I said, I think they were way far advanced than what they've been telling us. And they've been lying about it. But you know what I'm saying, they've been keeping it on the low.
Okay. And the last thing, they one thing. I wanted to bring up, because you brought up the gunpowder and the Haiti. I wanted to bring that Europeans did not invent gunpowder. That came from China, and it wasn't even originally meant for guns.
Right.
It was for fireworks and stuff like that. So they stole that and turned it into gas. And you mentioned Haiti, which, at the height of Napoleon's empire, he struck them down. And but you did mention Ethiopia. Ethiopia, defeated Napoleon's empire when Napoleon tried to invade Ethiopia, and mentioned that these people. I'm assuming you mean the people from the Middle East, because, or are you talking about? Were you talking about the Europeans? If I'm wrong, let me know. But you were saying that not to come down there because they bring death or whatever the case may be. The Ethiopians allowed the Prophet Muhammad to come in there. It's a big thing. The king of Ethiopia protected Prophet Muhammad, so his word was the word from God. And what was it? What was it? They said, lost my train of thought. Fuck! I lost my train of thought. I was doing something. But still, when the incident happened with the front, and they tried to take over there, it didn't happen. So not only in Haiti did they show the African spirit, but also they was in Africa. Ethiopia and the Horn of Africa is one of the few parts of Africa that doesn't have European influence. A lot of people try to say that the Bible in Ethiopia comes from those that influence whatever the case may be, and it's actually not that way. Ethiopic text had, well, we can do that if we have a debate about the religion, but
Talking about the carbon gas.
The book that they had, the Bible that they had was, I believe, 88 books, 83, 88.
Carbon gas.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think because like I said, your phone you breaking up, but I hear what you're saying. I think I hear what you're saying.
I said Ethiopia, when the French started to take over Ethiopia, it didn't have the Ethiopia took out the front. And what they say are primitive weapons. So like, and that was also at the height of at with when what's the name was at that, well, I don't want to say it was at the height of the book, but at that time the French army was the strongest army. They had the strongest military force in the whole world. And Ethiopia ran them out of Ethiopia. And they never went back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I had I used to teach martial. I had my own karate school here in DC and in Virginia. I had two locations, in DC and Virginia. Virginia, I had all white kids. In DC, I had all African kids from East Africa. They was Ethiopian and Eritrea. I had a few Moroccan kids. And I remember one day I said in the class, it's something we said something, and I said something. I said, I look around the room, I see nothing but black people in this room. And them kids, they look, it's like, I'm not black. I'm not black. And I said, you are black. I said, what you think? Why you think you ain't black? We the same people. I said, I was colonized by the Europeans. You guys was colonized by the Arabs. We you know what I'm saying? We was never enslaved in this net. I said, you're right. Y'all never been enslaved. Physically, but mentally, you guys have been enslaved. And the parents in the back, they was like, oh my God, thank you. They was like, yo, thank you so much for saying that. They was, and I was like, why did y'all never tell y'all kids that? But yeah, definitely. I hear what you're saying, yo. Yeah, definitely.
From somebody who was from a descendant that's actually been enslaved. If they heard it from their parents who have never been enslaved, they're like, what you know about slavery?
Right. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That you know what I'm saying, physically, yeah, but on the mental level, they had that Arab influence over them. While the Arabs, they never physically, the Europeans, they never physically colonized Ethiopia and put them in slave. They still have, mentalities like the book from Amos Wilson, the book, The Falsification of the African Consciousness. Is that they had that Arab education, that Arab, over there, as where we have the European education over here.
I don't understand. I'm gonna have to plug right there because you mentioned the Arabs and the
Did you pass it yet to Courtney?
Oh, my bad. No, I was just saying, like,
you still been passing after this one. You still been going for like 20 minutes.
Yeah, my bad.
Dang, Courtney, you gotta say something, man.
No, it's good. But the brother, he's trying to understand the difference of what I was saying of the Arab mental enslavement. You know what I'm saying?
The Arabs at one point, the Arabs and the Ethiopians were very, very, very much in sync. Like,
we're gonna come back to that, Quantum.
I agree.
All right, so Number one, I appreciate your presentation. Unfortunately, I didn't get to watch all of it. I saw everything up till you started talking about your view of time. I just wanted clarity as it relates to that. Are you suggesting a cyclical model for time?
You said say it again.
Are you suggesting a cyclical model for time?
That's the African model. Yes, it's cyclical. Interesting because
Okay.
go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, no, no. Go ahead and keep explaining.
Yeah. I just wanted to say because I was actually in my presentation, I was gonna it was something else I was going to bring out that you had mentioned to me the last time you was on talk about you had mentioned the geometry of space not needing time, and I told you that I never thought of it like that. And when I went back and I just started looking at shit, you know what I'm saying, I started thinking, I said, wait a minute, damn, he said geometry, and I started looking at the what is that called, the flower of life. I think it's called the flower of life. Yeah, the flower of life. I started looking at it, and I was like, "Damn, yo!" It was just like looking at the geometry behind it and what it represents when it was etched into the walls of the Assyrian temple. But that was something I had bypassed on my presentation. But yeah. So in the African worldview, they look at time as circular, and as times as things always going to come back around. You know what I'm saying? And we know that from the years of the seasons, summer, spring, fall, winter, so comes back around. So that's why they saw time as a circular event. They didn't look at time as linear, as you moving away from the past. They saw the past, present, and future as the same event. Not the same event, but all saying you can still occupy the same space. It's the past, present, and future. You know what I'm saying? So right now, where I'm at, I'm in DC. It's 11:46 at night. Go outside. You can look at the stars, and you're looking back into the past because that light takes hundreds of years, thousands of years to reach here. So you're literally looking into the past while you're into the present. So the concept of time of past, present, and future being separate and being distinct is a Western concept. Whereas in the African concept, they saw time as being a circular model. That's what I was saying.
I got you. My second question was going to be, and I might have missed this. You got to excuse me. I'm outside and a chopper's flying over. So 1 second. I don't know if you can hear that background noise or not. By the way, this chopper looks like a linear object. Anyway, I don't got my glasses on, so nonetheless. All right. So my second question was going to be, uh, and I might have missed this in your breakdown in your presentation. From your understanding, what's the highest developed math that Egyptians or any African community developed that's still present today?
That's still present today.
Yeah, like
I
I
mean,
understand you broke down certain parallels and similitudes in your
mhm.
presentation, but I'm just trying to get better clarity. Like, what would you consider to be the most advanced form of mathematics that the ancient Egyptians or ancient Africans developed? I understand you take ancient Egypt as a pure African uh, community, so what Egypt's doing, it's purely within an African worldview. So
Mhm.
yeah, just from your perspective, not I'm asking. This is a lot broader than just Egypt, but
Yeah.
from your perspective, what's the highest form of mathematics or what have you that the Africans or Egyptians developed that's still in use today?
Yeah, I think that's a good question, man. Um, I think so. I think that the ancestors developed their highest form of math is equal to what we know today, and the reason I say that is because, like I said, the Great Pyramid is a representation. They left the representations in their structures. So the Great Pyramid is one of them, the representation where you can see the you can see it is a model for complex analysis. And the whole Giza Plateau itself is a model for a topological invariant of them trying to maintain a the same resonance, a sonic resonance, a vibrational resonance with the universe. And after the fall of Kemet, we could see the advanced math moving over to, I would say, the Dogon and like the Yoruba. I believe that the people in Kemet understood the math and could explain it to you, the priests specifically, not just the average person, probably not even the king, but the priests specifically, the Babalaos, could explain to you the how and why mathematically. And being it transmitted to the Dogon, they and the Ifa, they couldn't explain to you the how and why mathematically, but they could show you through their rituals. You know what I'm saying? The Dogon had the Odu, the 250, was it 266 or 250 something? The Odu, 200, I think it's 256. But that's Clifford algebra, what we call Clifford algebra today. It is exactly Clifford algebra. You know what I'm saying? Just because they don't use the mathematical equations of Clifford algebra, but you still get the exact outcome as Clifford algebra. The same thing with the Dogon. When they talk about the Po, they're talking about the Nomo and stuff like that. They're talking about the great can't think of the name of it, but they're talking about fermions. You could see that they're describing what we call fermions and bosons today. Even though they don't say that, and they can't mathematically describe it as that. However, it matches up perfectly. So I think that the mathematics was lost when people left out of Kemet because of the invasions and of the people coming in. When they left out, I think the technical math was lost, but it was reserved into their mythologies, into the stories. You know what I'm saying? They reserved it in how to do divinations. Like I said, the Ifa, you could look at the Odu, and that's Clifford algebra, and you could show exactly how that's Clifford algebra. And there's no other way that you could explain, that you could disprove that that's not Clifford algebra. Because what is it? I gotta think about it for a second. Hold up. Because it's what is it? 2 to the 8th power. What is it? 2 to the 8th power is what? 64, I think. And the Clifford algebra, it equals exactly that, 2 to the nth power. You know what I'm saying? You're dealing with it exactly. So you're dealing with two different lines of approaching the same point. So I'm looking at it. So yeah, I believe that the people of I believe that our ancestors in ancient Kemet could mathematically describe everything that we know today. However, I think it was lost over the time since the invasion, and it filtered in Africa, but it maintained in the stories, in the mythologies that of their spirituality systems, the math. Technically, to explain it technically, they couldn't do it. However, the result is still there. I don't know if I made myself clear.
I got you. I think I got you. You can tell me if my summary of your statement is accurate, fairly accurate, or completely holistically inaccurate. So what I think I just heard you say, this is my interpretation now. I think I just heard you say the ancient African systems, worldviews, maintained the mathematics through their practices of divination. But the understanding and correlation to the universe was lost in light of colonization.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's nice.
that causes new. But I'm not trying to hog the mic, so I'll let someone else get it.
Nah, say what you was gonna say, brother.
They done hog the
Well,
mic all night, man. Go ahead, get yours in.
okay. My final question is, um, then how do you explain the resurgence of, say, quantum physics outside of an African cultural worldview in the modern world, like around the time of Einstein? How do you explain their theoretical approximations and assessments? Because that's all prior to any type of, uh, you know, atom colliders, proton collider, anything. That's before any of that. It's all theoretical.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So yeah, I would like to know, how do you connect their impetus, their understanding, and their worldview to this conceptual framework that was lost, especially when those Germans and scholars and whatnot, they did not have access to this African worldview.
Yeah, they came up with it on their own. That's yeah, they came up with it on their own. I believe. I'm gonna say this as well. I do not believe that Newton and Lesbeth and Bernoulli came up with the mathematics that they did on their own. I believe that they probably got it from African people. I haven't been able to prove it yet. I have not been able to prove it yet. I want to look into it more. I just find it strangely coincidental that Newton, Bernoulli, and Lesbeth were doing the
Like that?
same. They came up with the same mathematics that was already been studied in North Africa before they came up with it. You know what I'm saying? And that was one of the things I remember. John Henry Clark said that, before the slave trade, the most valuable thing, the most valuable product from Europe was books that they was buying from Africa. Books was worth more than gold. And I was like, damn. And then there was I forgot the brother name who did the research on this. I don't think it was Ron English. It was somebody else. I can't think of his name now. He did the research on African black science and like Timbuktu and all that stuff. He wrote a book on it. And he's describing, saying the math that they were doing long before Newton and Leibniz. They was working on optics. They was working on, what we call calculus and stuff like that, finding area under a curve and stuff. But all of a sudden, and the funny thing, like I said, I took a course on the history of mathematics. When you read, I tell you, yo, I'm not bullshitting. Read the history of Leibniz, his history, how he grew up. He was a lawyer. He got his degree in studies in law. Then all of a sudden, he started studying math and he created calculus. Really? I was like, hold up, yo. I was like, hold up. Wait a minute.
Yeah, similar things.
That makes no sense, yo.
But I mean, it's very interesting. You're right, because around the time of Newton, you also got Pascal, and Pascal is the one that formed geometry, basically. And yet, Pascal was not formally educated. And it is interesting because at least most of the names that you're mentioning, they're all utilizing some type of theological framework as their basis for understanding physics or understanding how the stars move, understanding shapes. They're all theologians in some respect. So, I mean, it is interesting. That's all I'm going to say. It's interesting how, because I would really love to see your research on how, say, I don't even want to go this far, but like the Copenhagen school, all of the schools of modern quantum physics having I guess, indirect ties to African spiritual systems.
Mm.
Um, I would love to see that articulation, um, but
Yeah. Yeah. See.
especially out of your own worldview.
Yeah. See. So there's a lot of connections and like stuff like I've never thought about. There's the other guy. I can't. I think I want to say is it Fibonacci or I'm trying to think.
Fibonacci, just so everyone knows, Fibonacci's the one that understood that mathematical equation of symmetry within natural organisms. So, like if you take an oak acorn and you assess it according to its symmetry, there's going to be in very similar to like what's done in modern mathematics with fractals.
Mhm,
Um,
mhm.
it's, it's an assessment of patterns, an
Right.
assessment of pattern recognition and description. So, I mean, I get it for sure. I mean, I understand those aspects to some degree.
It was.
But yeah,
I'm
I
sorry.
would definitely love to see your developed thesis of from African traditional um, spiritualism to this modern conception of mathematics, even if they're completely established and grounded upon different frameworks. I would love to see that interconnection and a much fuller developed thesis,
Yeah.
argumentation.
There's a brother named Stephen Alexander who wrote the book. He wrote a book called Fear of a Black Universe. And in his book, he talks about all these quote unquote great European physicists and stuff, and he points out that all these great people like Planck and Maxwell and not Newton, what's the boy name? What's the one that everybody talks about? What's the white boy name everybody talks about in physics? Einstein.
Einstein, Wagner,
Einstein. And he talks about, he said, all these, he points out in the books that all these people, all these Europeans, they studied Eastern philosophy. They was heavily into Eastern philosophy and saying the concept of the I Ching, and saying they was heavily into it. They didn't talk about it in their lectures, but they study it and they researched it and stuff like that. So when you said there might be a connection between the quantum and what the traditional, that just got me thinking like, holy shit.
if I
Like,
were to, if I were to tell you my basic assessments of how these ideas maintained or have a resurgence, it wouldn't necessarily be limited to any African spiritualism per se, outside of a theistic conceptual framework. Because at least from my assessment, I would only be able to allow for conceptual continuity, even though there is a cultural disconnect.
mm-hmm,
If there's,
mm-hmm,
if, just like minds, like if we were discussing a pencil, um, it's not that I actually am holding a pencil or I'm actually I'm talking about a concept. So the fact I can talk about a pencil and you can talk about a pencil and we have common ideas, um, would suggest the the realm of ideas is beyond us, but yet permeates to us in some sense. So that's how I would begin the argument. I got means of fleshing it out, but it's not my presentation. Again, I'm grateful for your presentation. I appreciate the clarity. Some interesting ideas there. I like the Eastern philosophy trope of some of the people too. I mean, but especially with Einstein, he was a Jew. The Eastern philosophy he was primarily invested in growing up was Judaism. So I can understand some of these conceptual frameworks and understandings in light of those type of motifs, tropes, and influences of these authors. And for the sake of discussion, I'm gonna land my plane there, and someone else can get the floor.
word. Thank you. Let me say this before somebody else come up. Um, I I think because I think let me say I'll say this at the end of like the class that we had when I had to take that class on mathematics history. At the end of the class, when the professor asked us, what do we think about the class? You know what I'm saying? Everybody, talked up his, said what they thought. And it was funny because the professor was Greek, and he was pretty cool. He's like, yo, your name Hercules? I said, yes, sir. He's like, yo, I'm from Greece. So we kind of connected on that. He was cool, yo. He's a cool guy, cool white boy, right? I said this at the end of the class. I told him, I said, look, I'm gonna just say this and I'm leaving. Either white people have gotten dumber throughout the centuries, or y'all have been lying. I'm done. They was like, yo, what are you talking about? I was like, I'm done. I'm out. Because here's the thing. If you look up the latest mathematical research, look the latest math papers, you will always see 3 or 4 different authors on the paper. But back then, with Newton and Leibniz and Bernoulli and Planck and all this guy, they all did their work themselves. So it's like, wait, either y'all became dumber throughout the centuries where y'all can no longer do the work yourselves. The math didn't come harder. Y'all just became stupider. Or you guys been lying. They've been lying of how they created the math, how they develop it. And they just said that they did it on their own. So that's why I said that the math, that's why I'm curious, like, to the math that's founded in Northern Africa, in Timbuktu and stuff. It's like, well, they was already doing math on optics, and the speed of light and stuff like that, the area under the curve. But all of a sudden in Europe, you guys come up with it. Come on now, that makes no sense. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like today, I want to get my PhD in math, but truthfully, I would come up with a simple title to do my research on. I wouldn't come up with no true title of how I feel and what I'm truly thinking about, because I feel like that's how white people cheat. Because you cannot solve a problem, you can't find this solution to your problem. However, somebody in India come up with, an equation or something like that fits your solution, and now you can solve the solution to your problem because of their research. So now you can create, this product, this virus or whatever, that you could come up with. And that's how they cheat. So that's why, so I could understand, like in the ancient times, people were you had to be initiated to study the works. You just couldn't, not anybody could be let in. You had to be initiated. You know what I'm saying? So today is like, everybody publish works, everybody publish a paper, and I can't solve the issue. I can't find the solution to my problem, but your work solved my work. So now, oh shit, I got the solution. Now I could do, now I can solve my work. So I feel like, this publication of dissertations and your thesis and stuff is a cop out, for people who can't find solutions. We may think like, the world will be stuck, if we don't share knowledge and stuff like that, where you only share knowledge with people that who have the correct well-being. How about that? If we go back to, you share knowledge to only people who's going to do right. How about we go back to that? I'm saying the Western culture, they can't survive off that. They can't survive off that framework. So they have to make it like, let's make it universal. Everybody, we all, this is for the benefit of the planet. We've been but for some reason, only y'all benefiting. That's just my thoughts.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I thought you broke it down, broke some things down, and stuff. I gotta review it. Once you review everything, then you come to, but some of the stuff you are mentioning is definitely plausible. Certain things are a fact, such as them building the Merkuts, the pyramids, on a circular uh, diameter, all that stuff. That's been studied. That's been proven in ancient Egyptian, the dawn of what is it? The dawn of civilization. They did it in
Mhm.
that book, so they proved that yep, this is like this. This has been measured like that. So there's no question concerning how they built it. The question
Mhm.
would be just matching it to the quantum, because quantum gets a little bit, that's a little. They didn't really have the show that they had the instruments to do such a thing on a
Mhm.
quantum level, but we see what they did matches up perfectly. Even like the pyramids matching the where they line up at 10,000 years time wise. We know about their the great year, the 1,461 years,
Right, right.
because we didn't have four. We knew that from the time they originally started the year, which was around July 20th on an ancient calendar, uh, when it would come back around every 4 years, they would have to add a year. They would have to add time, all that stuff. So even when they were just doing 360 days as a year, as opposed to to a 365, which became the epigeminal days and Asar, Set, Nebuchadnezzar, and Set, and Elder Haru's birthdays. So all those things are important. The Nimel, which I think you mentioned earlier, like I said, based off of Sirius rising, helical rising in the eastern sky
Mhm.
in July, so that they could do a count and get the number 18 for when it circumvents around, to even naming the Nimel and all that stuff, which I can do as well. But one of our brothers had a question. Do you mind if I sidetrack for 2 seconds?
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay. A1, I'm gonna do what you always love. I'm gonna share my screen real fast, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. You know what we came to see?
Yeah,
Sources, baby.
they chatter and chitter from the sidelines.
Right, right. And let me say real quick, the guy, the evolutionist, when he finished this, I'll answer your question.
Absolutely, and I don't want to sidetrack it. These are the letter of Aristeas, and the only thing I may be wrong about, I think the priest is Eliza, and I didn't look to see, but it says, "I have now, my dear brother Philocrates, giving you all the essential information upon this subject in brief form. I shall describe the work of translation in the sequel. The high priest selected men of the finest, blah, 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 blah." And you can see that they went into who, how, and what. Um, Philo, like I was telling them before. And if there's any doubt concerning like the logos, I just bring you right over to RT Crundle, RT can't remember his last name, whatever. Uh, when they start talking about the logos and where you can find it at, from the pyramid text to the coffin text, because it's all in there. It's all in there. It mentions it in this book about 6 times. It talks about the serpent, because a lot of y'all aren't familiar with your African text. You just know your Bible and your Abrahamic text. You know that Quran, you know that Bible. Some of you know that, but you don't know that book of coming forth by day. And I always get on y'all about that because y'all don't really study it like that. Y'all don't know that Ifa, right? So for those of us who know it and we show it, it is what it is. And that's enough of me sidetracking the conversation. We just had to show and prove. Modicus.
Hey, appreciate that source, brother.
Right.
Cool, cool. Good stuff.
So,
Hey.
Hey,
I got a
um,
comment when you get a chance. I got a comment.
hey, yeah, brother Sadiq, go ahead, brother. Yo, go ahead, drop some knowledge on us, man.
You know, for sure, man. For sure, man. I would like to say thanks, man, for the presentation, brother. It's a pleasure to be among the family too, as well. Firstly, A1, what they do, brother?
How you feeling, brother?
Oh man, I'm feeling pretty good, man. I'm eating some damn peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Classic PB and J, man. You can't go wrong with them, man. Shout out Omar Muhammad to the panel. How you feeling, brother?
Facts, right, man. Well, I mean, I just run through a brief idea I found out not too long ago. But check it out. Um, the Great Pyramid of Giza doesn't have four sides, guys.
Hmm.
Okay, it has double that. It's eight sides, and so it's unique in that regard. This is called a concave octagon. People don't talk about this, and so it appears to be four sided, but it has double. It actually each side has two, right? And there's a subtle, and it's a somewhat of a subtle, but it's intentional, but yet precise indentation, guys, along from the peak coming on down to the base, right? And this was some speculate, structural design, maybe for stability or and/or aesthetic reasons and things like that. To enhance the connectivity to the astronomical counterparts and so forth, along with solar alignments and all of that. But the Great Pyramid of Giza is unique in this regard. Very interesting. From all the four-sided pyramids, very interesting. I was blew away when I found that out. And so it's and so note there's a central line. Notice that the hollowing, if you will, was noted by the 18th century. In the late 18th century, by some of the explorers, particular, I think it was one white guy. I can't remember his last name. I think it was last first name. I can't remember his first name. His last name, I think, was Petrie or so, around in the 1800s. And
Hmm.
so you can really see this from the air if you're above it. You get a chance, guys, just Google it, whatever. But you can look at it from the top, and it's very unique. When you see it, you're gonna be like, "What the hell?" Now, and moreover, I mean, it's been some speculation in terms of like the sophistication of how the geometry was applied to create what's called the concave here, check it out, concave octagonal pyramid up in this bofo.
Hmm.
Octagon pyramid in this month. We were talking about the top half. I'm gonna go into something about the recent discoveries on the Great Pyramid having an understructure later. But notice, the indentation could have been allowed for, again, better structural stability, and to also make it help ease the context of casting and so forth, and things like that, which I find astonishingly accurate from what I've understand and read from my brother here, is displayed to us very expertly in terms of indicating and highlighting the numerical precision of the pi and so forth, the golden ratio and things like that within the dimensions, keeping it very tight, and which is man beyond. They're still trying to figure this stuff out, and so and there was a recent uh, uh, someone, I guess you could say, controversial discovery in 2025. If you guys remember last year or so, there was a revealing, at least, of some kind of understructure of the Great
Hmm.
Pyramid of Giza. And just for those who are not familiar with that news discovery, as it was conveyed to the media, it's around about 2,000 feet below the Giza pyramids, and not just the Great Pyramid, but also the pyramid, the Giza related Giza pyramids on the Giza plateau. And so they used, I think there's some satellite, different types of synthetic aperture radar or SAR tomography, and some other types of investigative technology to see and check out these chambers. There's a complex network of chambers there, containing spiral corridors and stuff. Very interesting, right? And so I want to get my brother's spin on definitely on what his research has allowed him to how he approached that, and so on and so forth. If you can, brother, I appreciate it. And and uh, and to describe or that underground, and it's considered a massive underground system. And so some reports is we're dealing with a 6,500 foot long complex beneath the Giza plateau, containing vertical pillars, shafts, cylindrical structures, I'm going to rehash all of the details. It's pretty comprehensive, but there's hidden chambers, rooms, and so forth. And so, the findings primarily suggest that some of these features exist beneath the pyramid of Khafre and actually and extend under the broader Giza area. That's pretty interesting. I just wanted to put that out there, brother. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Sadiq, man. It's good. I always like hearing from you.
Likewise. Thank you, brother.
So yeah, the underground structures for the Great Pyramid, I'm not going to get, I ain't going to trip off of that because they say that, the techniques that they use to analyze those structures is insufficient and it doesn't equate. So I think I'll wait. I would just wait till like next year because it's going to take time. They're going to stretch this out. Even if it is true, they're going to try to stretch it out as long as they can. So I think we just wait until another analysis is done. You know what I'm saying, of it to show that it is true, to show that it is false.
Right.
I think there was a book. Like I said, man, my dad, my dad, used to make us read, used to make us study this stuff when I was 13. And so when I was like 19 years old, he gave me a book. It was called like The Secret Waters of the Pyramid. In the book, the guy said that the pyramid goes under as well.
Right.
But it's gonna be wild. You know what I'm saying? When they prove this stuff. So so real quick, I'm gonna share my screen. A1, I'm gonna share my screen because when you brought up the size of the pyramids, I don't know if you heard me earlier. I was talking about how I'll be working on problems and stuff, and one night I just came up, I was just like, damn, is this real? Is this real? You know what I'm saying? And so one of the things I came up with was like, I realized that the pyramids that they built, it's a mathematical model of the spiritual realm.
Facts.
That's what it is.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? You ask somebody, how do you represent the spiritual world? How can I represent the spiritual world? And so they built physically a mathematical model of the spiritual world to show us.
You sharing your screen?
Yeah, can you see it?
Oh, my bad. Here we go. I got you.
You got it?
Hey, A1, can I go next after this, please?
Yeah. Was anybody before him? Nope.
No, OT been waiting for a minute.
OTK and then Omar.
So the Great Pyramids and stuff of Giza, all the pyramids, they are a physical, mathematical model of the spiritual world. Okay, and so this is my own personal discovery. So I'm saying this myself. You know what I'm saying? I'm coming up with this myself. And as I talked about earlier, you know what I'm saying, the complex numbers, how they map they do not map in our dimension, they map to the fourth dimension and higher. Okay. This is something I did when I was on Sonetta. And I was showing you, I was trying to show, I don't know if you guys can see that, but I was working out this problem that I was working in a book. And it said you gotta find, hello? Somebody mute out. They were saying, you know what I'm saying, this problem in the book said you gotta find the singularities of f of z equals 1 plus z to the fourth. And so once I was working it out, I realized and I looked at it, I say, wait a minute. You're looking at, when I'm saying you're looking at on screen, you're looking at an above view of the Great Pyramid. Like Sadiq said, the pyramid has 8 sides. And each one of the sides, the angles in between the sides, they're all equal. So in order for this equation to be true, the angles in the sides have to be equal. So what I was showing was that this is a physical representation of z equals the square root of -1 to the fourth power mathematically. Okay. And there's no other explanation. Like I said, I showed this to like my other friends who are mathematicians, my other colleagues. They got, what I'm saying, I just got my bachelor's degree in mathematics. They got their masters and PhDs in mathematics. When I asked them to look over this, they all said, damn, Herc, you right. It's like, yo, you right. This all equals, it all adds up. And so so they built a physical model of the physical world, of the spiritual realm. So you're looking at a geographical representation of z equals the fourth root of -1 from above. And you see the angles, you know what I'm saying? And the crazy thing about this, like he said, you can only see this from an above view. But not only that you can only see it from an above view, you can only see it as sunrise or sunset. That's it. You can't
Right.
see this joint during the day.
Right.
Know,
Yeah. Ain't that
yo,
crazy?
you know
Yeah.
how smart you gotta be to do something like that?
Yeah,
You can't.
there was some speculation that it lines up and does some things during the equinoxes as well.
Yeah, you cannot see this during the daytime. You can only see it as sunrise and sunset. Okay, so you see the above view on the left and the right. You see on the right that you can't see no creases. On the left, you see the shadow. You can see a slight crease in it. If you look at the screen, you can see a slight crease. But on the right, you cannot see no creases in it at all. This was crazy. This blew me. It's like, damn, why did they do that? Damn, what was they trying to say? Damn. Here it is. So they're represented. What did they say? Ra, he, saying, he comes out of the spiritual world at sunrise. You know what I'm saying? Then he goes back into the spiritual realm at sunset.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? So they're showing us.
Right.
They're showing us a physical representation of how you enter the physical world and then go back into the spiritual world. So like I said, this was something that this is my own, like I looked at this on my own and I came up with this representation on my own because, you know what I'm saying, I was like, you know what I'm saying, reading the works, you know what I'm saying, and the philosophy about people and what they say about, you know what I'm saying, how it happens. You know what I'm saying? So this is my own interpretation of the Great Pyramid and why it has 8 sides. It has 8 sides because it represents a physical model of the spiritual world. All right, so that's my own representation of it. You know what I'm saying? So,
I got, man, that's a great representation, brother. So speaking of that, now would you agree that possibly the seen aspect of the pyramids represents the physical, and there's a hidden component of the pyramid that probably corresponds to the spiritual unseen world?
yeah, that is it. They showing us that the hidden component.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Why you can't see it during the daytime. You know what I'm saying?
I'm talking about maybe underneath the ground. I'm thinking that, that's down in the
Oh, okay. But I think that they're showing us during the daytime it's unseen.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And you can only see it at a certain point, that point.
Right. Okay.
So that's why I said, you know what I'm saying, I said that. But the underneath part where they found the coils, you know what I'm saying? I don't know about that yet. You know what I'm saying? I'm still like I said, I would still wait and see what's going to come about because I mean, unless we get a team, you know what I'm saying, we come up with some money for black people and we get our own team over there.
Yeah.
We just gotta wait and see what they're gonna do and what they're gonna come up with.
Sure, facts, bro. That's all I got, man. Great. Thanks, bro. Thanks for the feedback.
Great build. Hey man, shout out to A1, man, and the debate Coliseum, man. Great build, King Hercules. Facts. And I want to apologize to you again earlier for interjecting. I wouldn't trying to interject or go against it. I was just saying, like, yo, I was trying to stand on what my brother do. He did prove something. Well, he proved his theory, just like
Mhm.
how you doing right now, proving your theory. That's what Ali did too. So at least he has a working model behind his theory, just like you got a working model behind your theory. So, um, something you said just now, you said that when you showed that last diagram that you showed at the end, coming out of the dark into the light per se, or coming out of the
Mhm. Mhm.
and you know, I don't want to misconstrue your words.
You know,
So
coming
is
out of the
that more
spiritual
like,
world.
yeah, in spiritual world, and then so is that more like when a person is awake during the daytime and living, and then they sleeping at night, and then the spiritual world is like when they sleeping? Is that like another way to say that, bro? I'm just
That's yeah.
asking because
You could say
the
that.
way
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
explained that just now, and I said, damn, that's like when I'm awake, I'm engaged with reality. But boy, when I'm sleeping, I be thinking, oh, I be dreaming all kind of things, you know?
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. You could say that because
Fact.
and from what from the African traditional system, you know, what I'm saying when you're sleeping, you do enter the spiritual realm. You can enter that realm. And I for myself, I can say that because when my dad had passed, um, for a long time, for about a good month or two after he passed, I used to always feel bad because I wasn't there with him. What I'm saying, he moved over to Ghana. You know, what I'm saying, he retired. You know, what I'm saying, moved to Ghana, and I went over there, and so I was hanging out with him. For a good year, and then I came back to America. When I came back, like a year later, he passed, and I felt bad because I wasn't there. I was like, shit, I should have been there, man. I felt bad. And shit, it hit me up inside. And then, one night, I had a dream, and we was in our old house, and I was coming down the steps, and into the because we come down. I come from upstairs, come down the steps. You enter the kitchen, and my dad's room was right, in front of the kitchen. Coming down the steps in the kitchen, I walked, to my dad's room and see my dad, and I was like, "Yo, what's up, man?" And my dad was like, "Yo, hey, Hurt." He said, "I'm good, man. I'm good. Everything is good. I'm
Wow.
feeling good." And I was like, "All right." And then I woke up, and it hit me. I was like, "Damn!" Because they told me, because when I was over there, people would tell me, in the spiritual system, that when you dream in, you're into the spiritual realm. You could connect with your ancestors in the spiritual world, and so you have that connection. And so that moment, he was telling me, he was transmitting to me, letting me know that everything is okay. Like, Hurt, I'm okay. I'm fine. What I'm saying? Everything is good. What I'm saying? Because I was like, I was so upset and so hurt that I didn't go back to Africa. I didn't go back over there to Ghana, to help with his burial and stuff, all that. But he was letting me know, like, yo, Hurt, everything is good, man. I'm fine, man. Everything's, and at that moment, I was like, all right, cool. And when I woke up, I was like, I hit myself. I was like, all right, my dad is all right. He's good. What I'm saying? So yeah. So when you dream, what I'm saying, you can enter the spiritual realm. You can enter that realm. What I'm saying? So it just depends. It just depends on, what I'm saying. Well, yeah, that's what they say. When you dream and
It depends on
you're
how in tune you
in
are.
tune. Yeah,
And,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, yeah. Hey, listen, bro, and I'm an American Indian, bro. You know what I mean? So that lets you know I got respect for you, because I understand where you came from in your walks of life. And it's a great story, bro. And it helped you become the man you is today, bro. And I respect that, man. You know what I mean? Salute to you, and salute to anybody else that use
Right.
religion or whatever else to help them become a better man.
Facts.
Salute to
Salute, bro.
y'all.
Salute,
And
That's what
fam.
I'm
American,
talking about.
Thanks,
and
bro.
if you know what I'm saying, once you delve deep into the Native American culture, it's the same thing. You see the
Not
same
Native
similar.
American. not Native
American.
American.
Wait, hold on. Wait, okay, I understand,
American Indian.
but the thing is
Yeah.
that my whole thing, American Indian, Native American. But my thing is,
Yeah, but
once you deal
hold on.
into
You don't want me
that,
to call you. You don't want me to
I don't want to.
misclassify
No,
you.
I
So
don't.
we done been
I'm a nigga.
misclassified too long, bro.
I'm a nigga, bro. You know what I'm saying? The police gonna
Yeah,
pull you
yeah.
up. When the police pull you over, are they gonna say, "Hold up, are you American Indian"? They not gonna say that shit, you know. But I don't.
It
Well,
all
hold up.
depends where you get pulled over at, bro.
Okay. All
Now
right. So
today, it all depends where you get pulled over at, because once they run your name and stuff, if you do the right things, like I showed over here on the show, the SF 181 form, like if you was filling out the SF 181 form, you would check black because you you got a descendant from Africa. You understand what I'm saying? You like second gen. So I respect that. So you know who you is. And what I respect more is that you're not a tether, bro. It's not like you came across here and saying, nah, yeah, and
Right.
you hide your shit. No, you told us who you is, and you saying, yo, we got it out the mud too, dog. But this is who he is. And I respect y'all just like, and I want y'all to respect me. So that's why I respect you, bro. I've been listening to you for a minute. I was like, boy, I'm about to see if King Hercules is a tether. Yeah.
But no, what I just wanted to
But
say is
nah,
that it's
bro,
just,
I respect you. You earn my respect, bro. I
what I
swear you
want.
did.
But it's just what I was just pointing out is that if you look at the traditional African culture and the traditional Native culture here in America, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna see the same stuff. You know what I'm saying? They talk about the same stuff. So you see a lot of similarities with the culture and the
The
relationship.
differ. I beg to differ. When you say they talk about the same stuff, now we all got to know everybody worldwide had a spirituality system.
Yeah.
Spirituality is just within people. So now if we talking spirituality, then yeah, we can say we got some relations because you see we got a spirituality system. But over here, you will see our spirituality dealt with more like y'all original Africans who dealt with nature. See, the
Yeah.
original
That's what I'm saying. That's
Africans
what I'm
dealt
saying.
with
Yeah. Yeah.
nature. Them
Yeah. Yeah.
deities, that the deities was just like a myth story, just to say, look, this is where man come from. But they knew who the deities was. But then you had these other cultures coming in and start solidifying deities like
Facts.
that's the all. You understand what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
that wasn't
Yeah.
over here, bro.
Yeah.
That wasn't over here. Like you got great spirits, you got people coming from the ocean, all that. You got people coming out the
Oh,
ground. They some of the
definitely.
first peoples. So yeah, you definitely got different what they would call it what they would call it different biological stories as far as like where they beginning came from.
Right.
You
Right.
definitely had that, and you will see some correlation. That's what John Adair or James Adair, that's where he got that correlation. He was one of the first that say, oh, these are the lost tribes of Israel over here in America, because they practicing circumcision and the way they praise and the way they do their spirituality system. It reminds me of the Israelites. And so that's where that whole story come from. And then after that, that's where your 12 tribes come from.
Right. So yeah, right. I agree. I agree. I said I just want to say that I was going to reply to the guy. There's a guy in the chat named the Evolutionist, and so he asked me where does the how he basically asks how I'm connecting the quantum level with the pyramids. He said, wait, hold up, Mr. What is the quantum level? What that got to do with the pyramids? So he's asking me, basically, how am I connecting the quantum level to the pyramid? So, all right, so this is so the beginning, for you guys who missed it, how I'm connecting the quantum level with the pyramids. So this quantum ideology, and Asar and Kep, the brother, you still here? Hope he's still here. He could help me with this. So I'm not looking. So since our ancestors did not separate, they did not separate their science and their spirituality, their understanding of this quantum, what we call the quantum level. I'm saying they call it. I would say they would call it atum. Tum. They would call it tum, because the word atum, the root of the word tm represents, meaning that it means the potentiality of everything and nothing at the same time. That is the quantum level. So I say raket tum, meaning the correct method, the knowing the truth of this quantum level. So how did they get to this level? So what I'm saying is that they got to this level because they were connected with the ritual, with the rhythm, with the dance. They was going into trance. They was pouring libation. You know what I'm saying? They was playing the drums, the rhythm and stuff. So we don't look at it like that. We grew up in the West. We grew up in Western culture to be a scientist. In Western culture, to be a scientist, you got to separate yourself. You got to observe what's going on. You got to observe the particle. You got to look for that. You know what I'm saying? You got to run the acceleration, you know what I'm saying, the CERN experiments, the CERN, the particles colliding. You got to observe that. You got to observe the hydrogen atoms colliding. And so what I'm saying, this is me, Hercules. This is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that Black people, they didn't do that. Their scientists, you could not be separated, be an observer. You had to be a participant. By you being a participant, you didn't ask, what is this? What is the atom? What is this hydrogen atom? You took on the persona of the hydrogen atom in the ritual. This is why you see them wearing masks. This is why you see them doing dances to certain rhythms, moving certain ways, because they resonated with the frequency that exists on this planet and exists in the universe. Now, this is not something that I'm making up, because you could Google it.
Is that nature?
Is
that nature per se, bro? Is that just nature?
Right.
Yes. You can Google it.
Okay. All right.
You can Google what is the frequency of the earth?
Right.
The earth has its own frequency. And so knowing the frequency of the earth, vibrating with this frequency of the earth, knowing the rhythm is how you connect with knowing the atoms. You trying to understand this hydrogen atom. You're not a participant. You're not an observant from a distance. You're a participant. In African spirituality, you have to be a participant. And so that's what I'm saying. That's how they understood the quantum level, because they participated in the rituals. They participated in the dance. They put on the mask. They poured libation. They sang the chants and the rhythms, and they got connected to the frequency of the universe. They got connected with that energy. They got connected. Wait, hold up.
Bro.
No, this is okay. I'm gonna answer that.
Yeah,
this was among the priests, the Babalaos, the senior priests. So you have to. So the thing is that we cannot look at this as a European perspective where everybody knows something. No, you have to be initiated. I got to give you permission to enter, to learn this. I got to give you permission. I give you an example. You know what I'm saying? I got my 5th degree. I'm a 5th degree black belt in Korean Taekwondo. That's my certificate right there. You know what I'm saying? My teacher taught me certain things.
I'm third degree in American Taekwondo.
You know what I'm saying? My teacher taught me certain. My teacher taught me certain shit. You know what I'm saying? We was old school. He was like, yo, you cannot teach people certain this stuff. What I'm about to show you, you don't teach everybody. You have to select the people that you're going to pass this information to. So as me studying, looking into the philosophies of African spiritual systems, the metaphysics and stuff like that, and understanding it, that not everybody, you had to be initiated. I immediately understood it, because information and this knowledge has to be passed on to people that you can trust with this information. So to get to the quantum level, I'm saying that they use ritual to understand the quantum level. That's how you understood it. And it was, and how do you show it? And I showed it. I don't know if you saw the presentation, but I showed it with the Assyrian temple. If you look at the Assyrian temple, it was underground, 4 stories with 5 stories underground, and it was isolated. So they basically created a Faraday cage. It has 100-ton stones, red granite stones that possess what? Paleozoic crystals that are electronic. They are electricity. So what happens when you apply pressure to Paleozoic? Look it up. Google it. This pressure creates electricity. They have the water that's conductive. The water is conductive. So you're creating a ritual. This is not for everybody. This is for the priests. This is for the professors only, the high-level grandmasters that know this. So they going underground and they connecting. They doing this rhythmic dance. They're connecting to the universe. They're connecting to that electromagnetic field that's out in the universe, the source of the one. And that's why they were able to understand a quantum level. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
My question,
I
brother.
respect that. Hey, I'm glad you said that, boy. That's what I'm saying. I gotta respect that. That's his thoughts. I respect that. Damn, you summed that up good. Okay. Yeah, somebody.
Can I shoot my question, brother? Yo, it's Omar.
Yeah,
It's Omar.
What's up, Omar? Go ahead, Omar.
Omar Muhammad, what's going
Hey,
on,
what up,
man?
Omar?
Peace and love to you, good
Shalom,
brother.
bro.
How you, bro?
I'm doing good, brother. I appreciate it. Shalom A1. Shalom to to the Titan. Shalom to the
Yeah.
panel chat, everything.
Shalom, bro.
I do got a little pushback. Yeah.
You know it wouldn't be right.
Khan, not a long time.
Come on.
I like that.
Let's get it in, baby.
Khan, not a long time.
Drop a vibe for Omar, man.
Right, salute.
Yeah.
Like him
I
and
appreciate it. Oh yeah. And by the way, I had a beautiful Passover yesterday. Oh man.
Let's go.
Woo. Yeah.
Peace to
Yeah,
you,
my stomach's still fat. Okay, so let's go in. I do got pushback. So I'm looking out. So just to be clear, I wasn't here doing a whole dialogue or whatever. I've been listening in for maybe about 20, 25 minutes. So I'm looking at this thing, the Hermetic quantum physics. So because I'm on my phone, like it is small, I can barely see. Which one of the brothers believes in this Hermetic quantum physics, or is like defending this point?
It's me. This Hercules. This is my presentation.
Okay. Okay. That way I make sure I speak to you, brother Hercules. I do got a little pushback. The area that I'm coming from with my pushback, because if we gonna deal, not it's the Kemetic part. It's just the fact that quantum physics and dealing with the Kemetic priesthood, and I heard you mention some other things about like shaman or like it being handed down to the elders. So here's the thing here. We got to be direct when we're talking about quantum physics, because when we're dealing with the quantum physics, we're dealing on a fundamental level. And the thing is, when we're dealing with that fundamental, I see you in a second, baby. All right. So when we're dealing with that fundamental level, that's something physical. Let alone specifically dealing with something that's atomic and something that's subatomic. So two things, instead of just saying what this is what I believe, and this is going to be hard to prove. You would have to show a source. One, I don't even think they didn't even have a knowledge of something that's atomic, something that's subatomic. I heard you mention something that was buried under some tombs, something about under the ground and some type of mineral stone. But the thing is, when we dealing with things that's on the atomic and the subatomic level, first of all, to even have an understanding or to even recognize it or to view it, you would have to have certain tools / technology to even get to comprehend, to break something down that's atomic and subatomic. So because we know that these people, they didn't have the technology, they didn't have the tools to even do that. Number two. Now, I guarantee if we go to experts, dealing with the experts, somebody out of MIT, or we can even go to some people dealing with CERN. No, not one specialist out of MIT or CERN will validate anything that you're saying, brother. So I think it's more of a thing that you're saying, like, okay, this is what I believe, but because we dealing with we dealing with quantum physics, things that are dealing on atomic, subatomic scales. You would have to have specific tools / technology to even be able to validate it. So and I am trying to be respectful. And I think I have, like, I haven't used profanity in that like that. So I think, bro, that's a far stretch to prove, brother. And there is no there is no source.
That cash app today, Omar.
Y'all leave Omar alone, man.
Hold down. Hey,
I hit it earlier. I looked out for my brother.
A1.
Before I came on, I hit it up.
Now he got to go in the mirror and say that to himself.
A1.
You hear me? Now he got to go in the mirror and say that to himself.
All right.
Go ahead.
A1 can validate for your bruv. I always show love with the Cash App too. And I ain't no $1.99 nigga. I ain't no $5 nigga. I shoot my guy to 20 shot, 10 shot. I was all up in there yesterday.
Facts.
Yeah. Hold on.
Omar, do you know the word anonymity, Omar? Omar, real quick. Do you know the word, or have you ever heard of the word anonymity?
Anonymity would Now,
No.
I gotta be. I gotta be. No,
I don't want you to guess.
I'll be honest. No. But,
all right.
no,
so listen,
I'm
gonna
be.
you,
But
brother.
if you say anonymity, something that's animate,
Hold up.
with the TI.
No, it's not that. It's not that, bro. Listen, I want you to look that word up.
Go ahead.
And once you look,
No. Tell me what it means.
You're gonna be like, damn, boy, OTK
brother,
put me on some shit, and I want you to practice.
You break it down. No. Tell me why I gotta look it up, brother. Break it down. Break it down.
Do something for somebody, but you don't look for no credit. You don't have to broadcast it to everybody. You let that person who you did it for broadcast.
You brought it up.
You don't broadcast.
He ain't bring it up. You brought it up.
Leave me alone, hey, let me fuck with Omar.
Hey, go ahead, man. Go ahead, Omar.
Listen, brother. I would have never brought it up. I would have never brought it up. You specifically asked me. You said, Brother Omar, did you hit that cash shot? So of course I had to respond, nigga. Come on, man. God damn, Joe.
Like, you
Damn,
put
Chuck.
Omar on the spot,
Yeah,
man. Hey,
All right,
I
yeah,
tell you
yo,
what you
all right,
do, bro.
yo,
Hey, listen,
you gotta
man.
get out of
let's
here. You
get
gotta
back
work
to
in the
it.
morning.
but no, but
Let's
no.
get back
So
to it.
so
Let's get back
so
to it.
I call it I call it
My
more
bad,
like
A1. My
somebody looking
bad,
for
A1.
gratification. You get what I'm saying? Like somebody looking for gratification. I'm not a brother that look for gratification. The reason why I bought that up is because you asked, brother. But I don't look for gratification. You know, I like to do things. You know, I don't pat
Right.
myself on the shoulder, and I don't like to brag
No,
about
I
it.
was
You know what I'm
just
saying?
tripping with
But
you,
but but I
Omar.
but I
You
but I
was
do show
telling the
love straight
fucking
up.
truth yesterday when
All
you
right,
told them
yo,
niggas, hey, look, man,
hold up.
support
Okay,
this brother.
OTK,
This brother don't believe
OTK,
nothing what
OTK,
Yeah, I
we
pump
get it.
them
believe. So,
brakes.
yeah.
OTK,
Yeah,
pump them
yeah.
brakes, pump them brakes. Yo, so
I want the
let's
brother to address what I said though.
yeah, definitely. Omar, definitely. What's up, brother? How you feeling, man? I've seen you around on different
I'm doing good,
platforms.
brother. Thanks
I
for asking,
appreciate,
brother. I'm doing
yeah,
good.
I
I'm
appreciate,
doing
you know
good.
what I'm saying? I
I hope you're
appreciate your
doing good too,
question.
brother. I hope you're doing good too, brother.
I'm maintaining. I appreciate your question. You know what I'm saying? I think that definitely was an intellectual question. I've seen you around different platforms. I like how you address people. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate your stuff. So let's yeah. Let me go to address it. So to address your question, I'm gonna do this. Yo, A1. I'm gonna share my screen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna do this joint. We're gonna share my screen. Address your question.
Hold on.
And
Let me
Y'all
go
please
downstairs to my
like,
TV
share,
because
subscribe, man.
let me go
Yeah.
downstairs to my TV so I can get this big screen so I can see because I was up there watching this damn basketball game. Houston served them. Houston served Golden State up. Boy, that boy KD did his thing. All right, I'm going downstairs. Let me put it on my big TV so I can be on my phone and my TV so I can
all
see
right,
it
go
better.
ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm putting it on my TV downstairs now. Yeah, man.
All right, here we go.
Isn't
Hold
the
on.
weirdest thing about it?
Give me about 10 seconds, brother. Hold on.
10
I'm going to
seconds.
my
All right,
I'm going to my YouTube on my TV right now.
15 seconds. 14
All right.
seconds.
All right. I'm
13
goody.
seconds.
I'm goody. Go
10.
ahead. Shoot, brother. Shoot, brother. I'm good.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
Past. But the fact that the fine structure constant has such a convenient value isn't the weirdest thing about it. The weirdest thing is that it's dimensionless. Imagine that you were able to send a very short message to an alien civilization, just a handful of bits, enough to encode one number. What number would you choose to send to ensure that they knew that the message came from an intelligent species? You could try sending the various constants of nature to demonstrate that you knew advanced physics. The problem is, most of these constants require you to choose units of measurement. Transmit, say, the value for the speed of light, 2.99792,458 meters per second, and you have to explain what a meter and a second are. Try the gravitational or the Planck's constant, and you also have to define the kilogram. There's no way for the alien civilization to recognize these numbers without knowing our units for distance, time, mass, or electric charge, etc. But the fine structure constant is unitless. It's equal to 1 over 137-ish for everyone in the universe. Even if you just transmit the number 137, those aliens are going to realize that something is up. And that's handy for our interstellar communication, but it also tells us that something is seriously up with the fine structure constant. Being unitless on its own isn't something special. We can come up with all sorts of unitless values. Just take the ratio between two things that have the same units, like the ratio of the masses of the electron and the proton, or say the coefficient of friction of an inclined plane. But constants require you to choose units of measurement. Transmit, say, the value for the speed of light, 2.99792,458 meters per second, and you have to explain what a meter and a second are. Try the gravitational or the Planck's constant, and you also have to define the kilogram. There's no way for the alien civilization to recognize these numbers without knowing our units for distance, time, mass, or electric charge, etc. But the fine structure constant is unitless. It's equal to 1 over 137-ish for everyone in the universe. Even if you just transmit the number 137, those aliens are going to realize that something is up. And that's handy for our interstellar communication, but it also tells us that something is seriously up with the fine structure constant. Being unitless on its own isn't something special. We can come up with all sorts of unitless values. Just take the ratio between two things that have the same units, like the ratio of the masses of the electron and the proton, or say the coefficient of friction of an inclined plane. But these things don't pop up in all the unexpected places like the fine structure constant does. So what do we make of this number that is both unitless and ubiquitous? Fast. But the fact that...
All right, so my point for showing that video is that the fine structure constant is a unitless constant. It has no units, but it's in it. If you want to communicate, what he was saying, if you want to communicate to an alien civilization, how do you communicate with them to let them know that, hey, we are mathematically, we're scientifically advanced as well. And he was saying that, you will use a fine structure constant.
So Hercules,
Because hey,
I paid.
wait, hold up.
Go ahead,
Wait,
brother.
stop. So the thing is this: the fine structure constant we find in Giza is implemented. Not only is it implemented in the Great Pyramid, it's also implemented in the Kheperes pyramid, the Sphinx, the hallway of Kheperes pyramid. In the King's Chamber, you also find the fine structure constant. Now, in order for you to mathematically calculate this constant, you have to understand quantum elements. You have to understand to get to that quantum level. So they found this not only in the Great Pyramid, they found it like I said, they found it in the Sphinx. It is found in different aspects. So that's how we know that they had an understanding of the quantum level. Even though, I think it's funny how it's okay, it's perfectly fine to use mathematics to communicate with a alien species that's not from our planet, but we can't use mathematics to communicate advanced ideas and knowledge from the people that's on the planet. That, for me, that makes no sense. So to answer the brother's questions, the reason that how because okay, let me say this. Let me bring it back to the beginning for me. Because
No. Land, go ahead. I'm understanding where you come from. Just land, brother. Go ahead.
I'm landed. To bring it back to the beginning for me is that I read a paper where this Russian mathematician, he connected the stone pyramids, not the stone pyramid, the stone structures in England, was the Stonehenge. He connected Stonehenge to Egypt, and he was saying
What?
I'll get stop. I'll get the name for you. The guy was saying that the Stonehenge was built by people who came from Egypt, and Stonehenge is a model of the hydrogen atom. So when I read that, I was like, wait a minute, what? The Stonehenge is a hydrogen atom, a representation of the hydrogen atom. So first of all, I said, wait a minute, I want to ignore whether they came from Egypt or not. Ignore that part. I want to know, is this model accurate? And so the mathematics lined up. The model is accurate from what he said. The model is accurate for Stonehenge is actually a model of the hydrogen atom. He said the people from Egypt came and they did that. So that set me on the path of looking and try to understand, like, damn, hold up. Did our ancestors have an advanced understanding of mathematics and science back then? And so I found other papers that's written by people that said, they knew the Planck's constant. No, the Planck's constant is the measurement of the electrodynamic of between light and the weight. I forgot. What is it? The Planck's constant. They knew the Planck's constant. I forgot what's actually the name of it. I think I'll look it up. But they said, I found papers that said they knew actually the Planck's constant is encoded into the pyramid. And I'm like,
Brother.
Wait a minute. I'm wait a minute. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying, wait a minute. Hold up. They knew the Planck's constant. And so then I found another paper.
You've made a number of
I'm almost
errors.
done. No. Wait.
And
No,
I'm gonna break those down. Go ahead and
Omar.
finish.
Okay.
Go ahead and finish, brother.
Okay, but then I found other papers that were saying they knew the Planck, the fine structure constant. Now, in order for you to know this fine structure constant, you have to know the Planck's constant. You have to understand mathematics at that quantum level. You know what I'm saying? It's just the fine structure constant is a prime number. You just don't come up with it out of the blue. It's not going to come up out of the blue. In order for you to build a structure that equals the fine structure constant, that means you had a knowledge of it. So from my perspective, I'm saying that they had a knowledge of it and they put it in the blueprints of and they put it in the building and the structure, and we could prove it. You could prove that they knew it because it's encoded into the pyramids of the buildings that they left.
All right, brother. You know it. That sounded good. You made a plethora of errors. So I'm just gonna knock them down, and I'm gonna show you where you flawed at.
Okay.
And I'm gonna knock them down. I'm gonna knock them down systematically. Your first error, the first error that you made, brother, is when you showed that video of that dude talking. So this is what I paid attention to. This is what I specifically paid attention to. He was basically saying, "Oh, if an alien civilization wanted to communicate with somebody, boom, 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 boom." So number one, in order for that alien technology, which has nothing to do with the comedic topic, but I'm gonna entertain it. So in order for that alien technology to get the message over, they would have to have a specific technology to even shoot that message. Number two, the people, what you so-called, oh, well, they got the messages and that. So basically is what you telling me, these ancient people, so-called comedic people or whatever, they had the technology to receive the signal that these that these aliens were shooting across, dealing with communicating on a mathematical level. That was the first flaw. That was the first flaw.
Wait,
brother. I'll let you cook. Brother. I'll let you cook.
Stop there,
brother.
Stop
Hercules.
there, Omar. Stop
Did
there.
I not let you cook, brother?
No. But here's the thing. Stop there.
No. Listen. This is what I did. This is what I did. While you was talking, I was taking notes. So what you should do,
but stop
when
there.
I'm talking, listen.
Let's address what you just
brother.
said. Don't keep going. Let's stop and address what you just said,
brother. You have to take notes, and then when it's your turn to go, you can address the things that I said, brother. I'll let you cook, brother.
First, Omar, this is my platform. This is my show.
If you ask them questions, though, I stopped.
Okay.
Only was asking him a string of questions, and I'm like, wait,
you know what?
Give him a whole refutation before he gets to respond. I'm like, let's just go through one thing at a time.
You know what?
We ain't been back over here yet.
Because it's your show, Hercules. You know what? I will give you that respect. My bad, brother. You can address it. Go ahead.
Okay, let's go. Let's address that. I mean, I understand you want to go through the whole. You want to go through your whole thing, but let's address it. You know what I'm saying? Let's address.
We can address it one by one. We can address it one by one. Go ahead, brother.
You did 2 points. Let's address 2 by 2. You did 2 points. We can address it 2 by 2. I don't mind. So I mean, you said the guy was pointing about the alien civilization. His point was that the point that I played the video is because he was trying to show that, and when you want to communicate with an alien civilization, you would have to use mathematics.
That's what I said, brother. I said that.
So we are not an alien civilization. We are, indigenous to this planet. And so what I'm saying is that our ancestors, they understood that, hey, we need to leave a message to our descendants. So here, let's leave this message. It's not alien at all. And the reason that if you don't understand it, go ahead.
Whoa. Brother.
Yeah.
If that was your point, why in the hell did you show this video with this dude talking about communicating with a freaking with an alien race when out of your mouth you just said, oh, well, if our ancient brothers and sisters wanted to leave something to communicate with other humans later on in the future, why in the hell did you even play that video for?
Okay,
Brother,
okay,
what are we
Omar,
talking about
Omar,
here?
hold up,
Go ahead, though.
hold up.
Go ahead,
Okay,
though.
Omar.
Go ahead, though.
Wait,
This is
am I the
freaking.
only
This
one?
is insane. But go
Okay,
ahead, brother.
hold up. Am I the only one that understands why I played the video? Seriously, from everybody else that's on the panel, am I the only one that understands why I played the video?
Brother.
Omar, don't say nothing. Omar, don't say nothing.
I just don't think
Omar, don't say nothing.
The Kemetic people
Omar,
had no,
don't say nothing.
no
Omar, don't
knowledge
say
at
nothing.
all
Omar,
dealing with
don't
things
say
on an
nothing.
atomic and a subatomic level. Impossible. They did not have that understanding, brother. Come on, brother.
Omar, don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. Stop.
You Omar, you got to show and prove, brother.
Okay, wait.
You have to pull a valid source, and you would have to show a technology that the ancient Kemetic people had to even understand things on a subatomic and the atomic level. You have to demonstrate that, brother. And you can't.
I get your point. You said that I have to demonstrate that they understood subatomic level on a quantum level. I got your point.
No. And you would have to prove that they had the technology to even view these things, to even get an understanding about it.
Okay,
and you can't do that.
Can you stop? Can you stop? Now, I want to ask a question.
And I'm a body bag you on that Stonehenge subject too, but go ahead, brother.
Am I the only one who understood why I played the video?
I understood why you played it, brother. I listened.
Hold up. The panel, I'm asking the panel. Am I the only one who understood why I played the video?
I understand why you played it. I just don't think it was necessary.
Thank you. I understood why you played it, but it had no relevance to our conversation.
Anybody else?
I thought you was playing
brother,
to show us how much you depend on Western philosophy.
I understood it as a conceptual context, not a literal scientific context, as they're taking it. He's taking it to a scientific context. That wasn't the context of that video.
Right.
Thank you. So the point of the video,
it had nothing to do with our conversation. But go ahead.
Can I finish?
Go ahead, brother.
The point of the video, he was pointing out, how do you communicate with the alien civilization? Now, we are here on this earth, but however, we are not. Stop. Can you stop? Can you stop? Omar, seriously, can you stop? We here on the earth, we have no connection with our ancestors in Kemet. But in order for them to leave a message for the people, their descendants, they left it imprinted into the pyramids, is what I'm interpreting from what he was saying.
Brother, right. To be honest, brother, to be honest, that video you played was worthless. There's 100 million videos out there that you could have played that could have validated your point. Number one, why I didn't validate your point.
Name one of them. Name one of them.
That video.
Name one of them.
That video had nothing, brother.
Let him finish, King Hurt.
That video had nothing to do with Kemetic people. That video specific topic is if you wanted to communicate with some alien MFers from not this planet. What you specifically said is if our people wanted to communicate with us down the line in the future, the video had no relevance. I want to move on for that because you backed against the wall and you can't get out of that.
No, I'm not. Listen, you're the one who's backed against the wall because you do not understand science,
brother. You have no source. You have no source. You have no evidence to prove that the Kemetic people understood things on an atomic and a subatomic level. It's your belief, brother.
Go ahead.
It's your belief. Like how some people, because listen, I'm an Israelite, brother. And you know what? I get a lot of pushback, and they be, oh, that's just your belief, Omar, brother. That's your belief, brother. That is your belief. You cannot pull one source. You can't pull a source. You can't show the technology that they even had to even understand things on this level. Number two, like I said, it is not one person out of MIT that would validate that point. So when we dealing with things on the atomic and the subatomic level, who should we go to? We need to go to the experts in MIT. And you got some experts at CERN too.
You can't prove that you
brother. You no. Listen. Brother, look at the top of your screen. No. I got this nigga back against the wall. No, nigga, look at the top of the screen. It says kinetic quantum physics. This conversation has nothing to do with Israelites. Let's stick to the subject. He has to defend that. Go ahead, Hercules. Defend it, brother.
Are you finished? Are you finished?
Yeah, he good. He usually don't be interrupting. He usually don't.
All right, good. All right. So the point. Let me reiterate this. The point of the video was to say, how would you communicate with an alien species? All right. Now, we are not alien to this planet. However, we are not the same culture of the people from 5,000 years ago. We have been transformed into a different culture. We're the same group of people, but we have a different understanding of the world. So the point of the video is like, how do you communicate with the alien species? Let them know that you have the knowledge. The knowledge, the reason is because the how you communicate is mathematically. And so that's what the point of the video was. It don't matter if it was this planet, if it was Saturn, if it was Mars, some planet that was 5 million miles out. The point is that you communicate your knowledge mathematically. That's the point of the video. Now, he said that there is no source. Omar, I like you, brother. I you know what I'm saying? I hear you all the time on Sarnetta. You in the background with your girl. You're like, yo, shorty, calm down, yo. I'm online. Y'all like you, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yo, I'm gonna share my screen. Let me share my screen real quick.
Yes, and we are 5 hours in, everybody.
I'm gonna have to mute out.
We are 5 hours in.
Go ahead, brother.
If y'all want us to keep streaming, hit that Cash App up. If y'all want us to keep streaming, we 5 hours in.
So,
if not, I'm about to shut it down here shortly. Go ahead, King Hurt.
Well, no, I just want to kind of. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, she can hear you.
Nope.
Go ahead and land, brother.
So here we go. You said I can't show one. You can't show one source, nigga. You can't show one. Here you go, right here. The Planck's constant found encoded in the Great Pyramid of Giza. Okay, so here's a source, brother. I've read this paper. This is a paper, yo. It's wild. Not I ain't gonna say it's wild. You know what I'm saying? The guy, he has his ideas and he lays it out, the foundation, and it's thorough.
What is the name of the theologian or expert who wrote that paper? No, brother. You have to give a name. What is the name? What is the name of the expert and the theologian who wrote that paper? You got to cite the name, brother.
Hold up. It's right there in front of you. Is right there in front of you.
Let him finish. Let him land.
Peter Michael Jacks. His name is Peter Michael Jacks. It's right there, man. It's right there. Even he got what, his email address right there for you to email him and ask him questions. So when I read this paper,
You're not sharing the
when
screen.
I read, I was. It's not sharing.
We can't see that.
Yeah, see that's what I was saying, brother. Like I didn't see nothing up there. That's why I said that.
You're not sharing. That's why we're a little bit confused. Okay, just so you know. That's why.
Right, my bad. Hold up. My bad. Let's do this again.
Shout out Cosby, man. He paying attention. He paying attention.
All right, A1. All right, A1, is it sharing? A1, am I sharing?
Yeah, go ahead. Excuse me.
Is it sharing? My screen sharing?
You're not on the right page. You're showing. We see a picture of a woman, so I don't think that's what you want to show.
That's my baby girl. All right.
Yeah, now I see it.
All right, so here we go. So here it is. The Planck's constant found encoded in the Great Pyramid of Giza. Peter Michael Jacks. He has his email address up here for you guys to email him and ask him questions. Okay. So when I read this paper, I came across this paper, and he goes through the mathematics. He breaks it down. I was like, wait a minute, hold up. The Planck's constant is found in the Pyramid of Giza. The Planck's constant. What is the Planck's constant? The Planck's constant is determines the wavelength of the energy of a particle. That's the quantum level. Okay. So for him to write a paper on that, I was like, wait, hold up. That makes no sense. So I read the paper. And he basically, in the paper, what he says is that, the bricks, the stones that makes up the Great Pyramid, all the stones, he calculated them. And he said, when you calculate them, they equal the Planck's constant. And it's like, what? Wait, what? So this was my starting point. No, this was my second starting point. The other starting point, what I said was that the guy who said that it was a Russian mathematician who said that the hydrogen atom is part of Kemet. So you have papers, you have people who've written papers on this subject. So you're saying that, so here's what you're saying. You're saying that, there is no proof that they physically understood this. There's no proof. And I'm saying that the proof is in the structures themselves. They left the proof inside of the pyramids themselves and showing us, because you cannot just randomly come up with the Planck's constant. You cannot just randomly come up with the fine structure constant. That just don't happen. And it just don't happen, not just in 1, 2, 3 different platforms, different buildings. That shows intent. You can't say it just randomly, you just saying that, you just finding that. No, they put it in 3 different, in the Sphinx, in the Khafre's the tomb, in the hallway of the Great Pyramid. So it's just something that's not randomly just happened. They just it's showing you that they passing down information that intentionally showing you that this is equal to this. So it's not random.
They got to verify for looking at one.
Hercules. No, brother, I ain't gonna let you go.
Wait, hold up. You said that I couldn't show one. Hold on, wait. Stop.
Peter Mike Jack up.
No,
put that article back up, and I need you to scroll down. I need you to scroll down further.
All right, no problem. I'm saying the last
I ain't gonna let you get away with this, brother.
No, wait, stop.
Pull it back up. Pull it back up.
Put it back up.
And scroll down.
I'm pulling it back up. But I want to point out that you did say that I couldn't show one source. And I brought up one source. Can you see it? Am I sharing? Is it up?
I don't see nothing yet.
Is it up? A1, am I
Because
sharing?
we're gonna get to this. Nope.
My
I don't.
bad.
I
Hold
don't.
on. Hold on. My bad.
I don't. First of all, I don't. Nigga, I'm not trying to be up here all night. If you want to go to the argue, I think that you should go to the argue.
Brother. First of all, I know who Peter Michael Jack is. And the thing about it, abstract. Scroll down further. That's number one. Scroll down, brother.
Tell me where you want me to stop.
Let's get to it. No, brother, scroll down. Yeah, I ain't gonna let you get away with this.
Where you want me to stop at?
The ancient Bohemian system, brother, this says being an open idea. It don't say being an open fact. This is an idea. This is an idea that he's still doing research on. So I guarantee Peter Mike Jack himself won't say this is not absolute. I still need to finish my research to make an educated decision. But as far as his research is going, it looked like it's going that way, but his research ain't done. Yeah. Like I said,
you want me to stop?
Yeah. No. I already saw it to see. I don't even want to talk about that no more because you're back against the wall. And specifically speaking,
hold up. So no, stop. Omar, so you said, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Brother, please.
Let me ask you a question
let me
before
get
I
my
shut up.
point
Let me
out,
ask you a
man.
question before. Let me ask you a question. One question. So people cannot have ideas that they can expand on.
Brother, you still haven't dealt what I say. I screenshotted this, and like I said, I know who Peter Mike Jack is. I guarantee there is not one word in everything that you just pulled up that does anything with an atomic and a subatomic level. Can you at least admit that? Listen,
No,
is the word
right.
atomic?
Okay, you're correct. You're correct. Yes, you're correct. You're correct.
Does either or word atomic or subatomic appear in that study?
That has nothing to do with the conversation.
No, nigga, that's a yes or no question.
No, it does not.
Hey, let's move forward.
No, stop. No, stop. Again, Omar, this is my presentation.
I want to address Stonehenge now. No, brother, I want to address Stonehenge. Brother, I want to address the error that you made on Stonehenge next. We're done.
Can you stop?
We're done.
Can you stop?
No. We're done on that, brother.
Let's pass it around. Omar.
No, we not.
Got,
no, we not.
Brother,
stop. A1. Wait, hold up. A1. Stop. A1. Stop. That's the dumb shit. Hold up. A1. Stop. Because that's the dumb shit that Cedric pulled.
Brother,
stop. A1. Stop.
You look at the top of the screen.
At the same time. Omar,
can you stop? That's the dumb shit.
What's the topic on the top of the screen?
Can you stop? Can you stop? Because you asked me, does anything in the article address the quantum level? No, it does not.
Then we're done with the conversation.
No,
brother,
it's not.
We're done with that then.
Can you stop?
Well, you can keep talking. I'm done with that. I ain't got to say nothing else.
Okay, then
I want to move on to Stonehenge because you dropped the ball on Stonehenge too.
You need to
drop the ball on Stonehenge. I can't believe you said ancient. You said Kemetic people built Stonehenge.
But scale back so you can actually have a discussion with him, because what you're doing isn't anything conducive to anything positive.
You know what I'm saying?
This is right. You can show you right or what. I don't get what.
My fault.
Because
do you want to slam him because you don't agree with the information, or do you want to get to the bottom of something? Because you never get to the bottom of anything over talking people. It's the best way for relationships to dissolve and deteriorate.
I can agree with that.
Anything positive to come. So
well, I mean, if we gonna be honest, he's been actually cutting me off, but
I don't know. I was actually looking at my phone, I just looked up when I heard the commotion. You know what I'm saying?
To my brother A1, whatever you instruct me to do, I do, brother, because I got respect for you for your thing. Go ahead, brother. I'll listen to you, brother. No sweat.
Yeah, let's just move. You got one more point. Let's move it around and then hold that last Stonehenge point. We're gonna let you come back to that. Let's let the air clear for a second. We got Tahuti to the stage. Who wants to go after Tahuti? Well, the bat was up here first.
Hold on. One more thing, A1. One more thing, because I have valuable information, so I don't know if the other brothers is gonna cut Hercules with the Stonehenge subject. So because that was what he said to me, I just want to cut him first.
If you're gonna cut him, you're gonna be cut. You ain't gonna run out of time.
Quickly, because this Stonehenge subject, hold on. I only need 1 minute. I only need 1 minute on Stonehenge because
go ahead, you got it.
This was absolutely insane. This brother sat back when he first started talking, and and we can see through Stonehenge, our ancient Kemetic brothers was there and built it. Nigga, it is not one scholar that agree with niggas from Kemet built Stonehenge. The people that built Stonehenge were like they were like they was like priests, and I think they was like of a Germanic type of culture. And the reason why it was built for rituals, and they based the rituals off the alignment of the stars. And Stonehenge was basically like a calendar. It was a calendar to let them know whatever rituals that they was doing, it was time to do that ritual. It is not one scholar that'll say Kemetic people built Stonehenge. That is absolutely insane, and I ain't even got to say no more about that. I mean, the Stonehenge subject was absolutely an atrocity, because that's common knowledge. And just like Cosmo said, I want to say Stonehenge is older than the pyramids. You cut on that note. So the thing is, you got to digress. You would have to say, you know what? I might have to stand corrected. I was wrong on the Stonehenge thing.
Omar,
I just want to see if you can stand corrected, Hercules. I'm done.
Yeah, Omar.
Somebody else can go. I'm done. I'm done.
Omar, there is a theory.
I walked you down the dark alley. I walked you down the dark alley, and now there's no way out. So I'm done. Somebody else can go.
There is a theory by Russian researchers.
Stop, brother. Stop, man. Stop. Okay. Stop.
Go ahead.
All right. So here's the issue. He said the first shit. Nigga, I used to respect you, Omar, but now, nigga, we on different levels, yo. Because here's the first issue. I showed you the paper, and you asked me, was there anything in the paper that he says that's dealing with the quantum level? The answer was no. However, you don't want to deal with that. However,
what are we talking about there?
Stop. No, stop, nigga. You said what you had to say. Now, if y'all look up the paper, I played the paper.
Decorum, gentlemen. This time.
All right. Okay, all right. So I posted the paper. The paper doesn't say anything.
You can do it, A1. I like it.
Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. You're just going to make it worse, man. You just going to make it worse. Go
A1.
ahead.
So he asked me to post the paper. I brought up the paper. The paper does not say anything about them understanding the quantum level. Period. So then he wanted to move on. But that is the stupidity that these people try to bring up. Now, just because the paper does not say anything about them understanding the quantum level, if you have the Planck's constant, the Planck's constant itself is the quantum level. It deals with the quantum level. For me, I don't understand. I'm trying to calm down because the stupidity.
Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath.
The stupidity is crazy because no, the paper doesn't say, they was dealing with the quantum level. But if you're calculating the Planck's constant, that means you're already on the quantum level. You don't have to literally say, yo, hey, look, I'm dealing with the quantum level. I mean, seriously. And then he want to bring up the Stonehenge paper. The paper, I didn't even show you the paper. The paper, I said that the paper was written by a Russian mathematician. And I could bring it up. I could show you guys the name of the paper. I could look for it. I'll look for it right now. It's not my fault. It is not my theory. It was this guy from a Russian. He's a Russian mathematician. He's the one who put this together. And all I said was that the mathematics.
What's his name?
Is correct. I'm going to bring it up. The mathematics was correct.
What's his name?
Stop. I'm going to bring it up. And all you have to do is prove that his math was incorrect. That's all you have to do. So all this stuff like, oh man, you brought up this. It wasn't me. I'm going off the work of other people and the work that they do and the research that they're doing. That's all I'm doing. I'm building off their research. And I'm saying that their research was sound. Not that people from Africa went to Europe and found the Stonehenge. That's not what I'm saying. The premises of his paper was that Stonehenge is a representation of the hydrogen model. That's the premises of his paper. And then he said that the only people during this time moving megaton of stones were people from Africa, were people from Egypt. So he concluded that people from Egypt had to be the ones that went to Europe to move those megaton of stones. But the representation of the model that they built is a partial differential equation, and it represents a hydrogen atom. The mathematics is sound. Whether or not they was Egyptians or not, I don't know. I don't fucking care. But the mathematics is sound because of the time period. The time period of when the Stonehenge was built was 3000 BC. When was the pyramids built? Around 2600 BC. Same time period. So you had a group of people who left.
1,000 years later. But go ahead. That's 1,000 years later.
That's not 1,000. You need to fucking calculate on that shit. The time period of people leaving out of Africa. My understanding after reading the book of Black Genesis is that there was a group of people who left out of Africa that went around the world and started building pyramids. You got pyramids in Asia, in Japan, and in South Africa. That all adds up to that time period. So if we're going to look at it as mathematically, is the math sound? That's what I'm saying. Is the math sound? It don't matter if they came from Egypt or Africa or not. But it dates back to a time period where people was in this ancient the quote unquote Stone Ages. So is the math sound? That's what I'm saying. Who's next? I'm gonna look it up. Hold up. I'm gonna bring up this paper.
I just want to respond right quick.
No, you can't respond. We moving on.
Yeah, Omar, you need to go to the principal's office, real, bro.
No.
Omar, let's pass it on, and then you get to respond. No, once we go all the way around. We've been on this.
Cool.
I'll let you rock the flow for 30 minutes. I got you.
But he Hercules did the majority of talking, but it's cool. A1, I respect that. It's cool.
I don't know about that. I think
he did the majority of talking, but he didn't say shit. But I respect it. It's
his show. He gonna answer everybody questions. Right. So
cool.
He about to talk again. Who next? We gonna come back to you. Who next?
Hey, real quick. Am I allowed to critique what just happened?
Go ahead.
Like, did you not see, Omar? We saw your comments in the live chat while he was giving his presentation, bro. Did you not see Omar? So your comments in the live chat. First of all, they was on some. Is he smoking weed? A bunch of silly stuff. But most importantly, bro, we gotta lock in. We can tell everything. We 5 hours into the presentation, and ironically, all the pushback is coming from the same ilk. That's crazy work.
I think it's Omar watching it on TV.
Right, trying to another tactic to be
Yeah, I'm muted.
disruptive.
A1. I just came off of mute. I was muted. That's somebody else, but I'll mute back out.
My bad. I just remember you said it earlier. I'm actually not even looking at the screen. I could just hear it.
And I hope I can respond. I hope I can respond to Hootie since he mentioned my name. I hope I can respond to him.
I mean, you on the panel talking, so I am allowed to mention your name, and yes, you are allowed to respond. But you do know that after me, somebody else is probably going to take the conversation next. But anyway, it's 5 hours into the presentation, brother, and now all of a sudden, you made a series of arguments that went from Plan A to Plan B to Plan C, all because A, B, and C failed. Now you want to go into D. Bro, lock in, bro. Stop being disruptive.
Was there an order, A1? Like after Tahuti, was there an order?
Go ahead.
Okay, quickly. I'm not going to take that much time because I think there's some misunderstanding. I guess Brother Omar had some misunderstanding, but I think Mr. Hercules was more conceptual and you were taking it more literally, physical. I think he's correct that if you look at what Planck's constant is by definition, it is a mathematical equation that deals with subatomic particles. I don't think you can dodge that. So, I mean, maybe he didn't say it like that. Maybe he could have said it better. But I think he's spot on. Maybe it's just his delivery didn't hit. But you can't argue that it's not subatomic, right? Planck's constant was designed for that. Now, it's coincidental. It's coincidental because I don't think they had knowledge of Planck's constant, but they had the concept, right? And they didn't just know, they didn't have the name for it. And then modern people probably added some things on top of that. But if the math is correct, and this is why I'm mentioning it, because we talked about math and science before. You're talking science, and he's talking math. Mathematical equations don't always turn out to be reality, right? So that's why there's a difference, and that's why there's something called pure maths. That's why there's something called applied maths. Applied maths are generally used in the sciences, but I guess this is a pure math kind of concept, and it is used in quantum physics, but it is what it is. But I think the contrast between math and science has been illustrated here. That math is not a science the way you guys think it is. And I'll land there.
Context behind it.
Wait, hold up. So, hey, everybody hit the like and share, you know what I'm saying? Like, subscribe the show, you know what I'm saying? A1 been putting in this work, you know what I'm saying? So, like and share this joint, you know what I'm saying? And
7
if
days
you guys
a week,
got,
baby. 7
Right.
days a week. You hear?
7 days.
And if you got, you know what I'm saying, you guys got the opportunity, you know what I'm saying, cash app them, you know what I'm saying, send them $5, send them $10. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, you be going to the y'all be going to the 7-Eleven to get y'all some beer, you know what I'm saying? Shit, my nigga, $10, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. I shot 25. So
I agree. Appreciate
you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Always
And
holding
I'm
it down. You see
Facts.
these graphics, man? I be putting my foot in these joints every day for
Man.
y'all, man. Y'all got
real.
something
I keep
nice to
talking
look
to
at,
Hey,
man.
so A1, so let me share my screen. I got the paper for him. So you go ahead. So share my screen real quick. I got the paper so he can look at it right here. This the guy, Zobelin Andrea Eviskos. Nigga, I can't say that. You know what I'm saying? This is the paper that he wrote. You know what I'm saying? This he's a Russian mathematician. This guy's from Russia, a mathematician, and he wrote this paper. And so I guess, you know what I'm saying, the thing is, Omar, is that you have to go, you know what I'm saying, go through the paper and show that your math is incorrect. That he's incorrect on this subject. So this is, you know what I'm saying, this is what he was talking about, the Stonehenge I'm gonna scroll down. You know what I'm saying? He has a representation of Stonehenge, and this is he's saying that this is a representation of a hydrogen atom. Let me scroll down. He has the numbers. Where I'm gonna go down to where he breaks it down for especially the Laplacian equation he has right here.
Alpha squared.
And so this, and he breaks it down. It's like, yo, this is a model of the hydrogen atom. And so and man, it's up to you. You got to go through it and say that he's wrong, that he's incorrect, that this ain't adding up. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? I read the paper, and for me, I've already did it. The math adds up. You know what I'm saying? So you got to show that the math don't add up, and that he's incorrect. So from my point of view, you know what I'm saying? I'm looking at it from my point of view of using. That's why, you know what I'm saying? When he wrote that paper, when I read that paper, it just triggered me to like, wait a minute, hold up. Could the ancestors had the understanding of the quantum world, had an understanding of quantum? It's like, is it a possibility? And so I started looking at other things. So that's all I'm saying.
I had a basic question. Hercules already answered and he cut himself. So now I want you to answer my question. That BS article that you pulled up, because this is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the top of the screen. It says kinetic quantum physics. So I got to ask you, brother, anywhere in that BS that you just pulled, like he pulled up, I sped read it. So this is my question to you. Does the word
who he just snatched the mic from, man? Who to let him on Kanye on stage with
does the word quantum or subatomic appear anywhere in that article?
No.
Shalom, conversation over. I'm done. Shalom, conversation over. Conversation over.
We got to get you
I'll
in
let
the ring,
somebody else go.
Omar.
We'll let somebody else go. Shalom, it's over.
When you get in the ring, bro.
That doesn't negate nothing. Just because it doesn't appear in the article, doesn't negate anything. You said conversation over. You said conversation over. You said conversation over. You said conversation over. Stop talking. You said conversation over.
It hurts. I know it hurts.
No. Just because the word doesn't appear
in that BS article, the word quantum and subatomic doesn't appear not one time. The topic is kinetic quantum physics.
And that article was not in my presentation.
You just said it doesn't. You just said quantum. You just said quantum and subatomic does not appear in that article not one time. So I don't. So I like. Come on, brother.
All right, like you said, conversation is over. Let's move on.
Man, yeah, it's over, brothers. Yeah, y'all let somebody else go.
Move on. Let me know when you get your degree in physics.
It hurts.
Let me know when you get your degree in physics. Then we could talk.
Yeah, it hurts.
Omar is on the prowl. Be careful, B5.
Shooting blanks.
Omar is on the run. And he's looking for you.
You ain't got quantum in that article. You ain't proved that.
Hey, shout out Quantum Truth real quick. Shout out Quantum Truth if you notice his background. He's been saying all week. He's been saying all week.
I don't give a damn about that. I don't give a damn about that degree. And Cosmon is correct. The math. I never argue with the math. I didn't argue with the math. What we're talking about is the chronology, and you're off. I never argue with the math.
Chronology.
I never
said nothing about the chronology. You said nothing.
Did I argue with the math?
About the chronology.
Brother, did I argue with the math?
You did not. You did
Brother,
not bring
did I
nothing up
argue
about the
with
chronology.
the math? Brother, did I
Yes,
argue with
you
the
did.
math? Oh my God.
Can I show you my
but like I was saying,
Let's
real
move
quick, all week Quantum has been
Yo.
saying, why every time I go into this picture, somebody cut me off. Dang, go ahead, man. You go ahead. You got it.
Oh,
This
I
y'all
need you to stop.
platform,
Hey,
I made this
yo,
for y'all.
Oli.
Go ahead.
Hey, yo, Oli, I need you to stop switching up your pictures, man.
I ain't gonna be able to do it.
We got show A1 some respect, man.
It's all right, man. I made this platform for the public, man. Let me go ahead and let y'all do your thing.
Can you share my screen real quick? I'm gonna show you real quick what I got to prove to you that my
Is it going to be? Is it going to be? Is it going to be the same picture? Is it going to be the same picture?
Nah, man, I'm just to teach. See, I'm teaching chickens how to fly, man. I'm trying to teach the chickens how to
all
fly.
week he been saying you can't teach a chicken how to be an owl, man. And that's what it's like teaching y'all, man. Trying to teach
you how to show this flow, aerodynamic lift and shit. You know mathematics, and still you don't want to fly.
Zoom in on that.
This is my book, man.
Hold up, double time that on the zoom in, man.
How
can't nobody read that? I'm on a 70-inch, so I can't see that.
You can't see that?
I can see that.
You can see that, but you couldn't see the other one?
Yeah, I can read that better.
This from a source called Divine Mechanics by the TOP. That's the teacher of the philosophy, the top. And I'm going to go down here.
After you say the top, it sounds like you got to put a pause on that, but I'm going to fly.
Damn.
It's just so weird. It's so weird.
That's fine. Yeah, for sure.
You're going to be the top. Okay.
All right, you all right?
Pause. I'm joking.
Does that garbage book validate the up top, the topic? Does that book validate the topic up there about Kim?
His topic?
No. That's a yes or no question. That's a yes or no question.
No. All right. This is the geometry of formation from my book Divine Mechanics to prove
that boy is nice.
That I never said, not once, that existence is linear. Okay. This is the geometry of formation, the toroidal sphere and the unifatimona field. Every physical thing in the observable universe, from galaxies to atoms, move in curves. Nothing moves in straight line indefinitely. Even light bends around gravity. Time curves around mass. That matters because it points to something deeper than motion alone. The unifatimona field does not flow like a river moving away from its source. It circulates.
I do not care about none of that. The topic is kinetic quantum physics. So does this research paper, is the word anywhere?
Hey, real quick. We understand the passion, bro, but stop crashing out, bro. Stop crashing out about Kemet, bro. Real talk.
Anywhere in this research paper.
This right here ain't this. You got this ain't.
Bro, answer my question, man. Is the word Kemet anywhere in this paper?
Omar, I know you want to host tonight, Omar, but we gonna get.
No, this is he told me no, Omar. He told me that
he told me that I need to get up out the alley because they need to get out the alley because the topic is kinetic quantum physics.
Omar, you don't know what
I know it,
and you don't know how it correlates until he actually gets a chance to correlate it.
Yeah, because he told me that
and this research somebody to say, hey, you got 4 words to tell me if it, like, make it correlate now or don't. Words. You got
A1.
It's okay.
I'm on both. A1. I'm on both of my TVs downstairs, and I'm on my phone. So while the brother was blabbing off at the mouth, guess what I did? Guess what I did? I paused it while he was scrolling down, and I read it through. So this research paper, this research paper has nothing to do with kinetic quantum physics.
This nigga
Bro,
say he's.
I don't care what it's got to do with. It's his turn.
I know it.
Yeah, this
He's
got to do with
I
me.
wanna
This got to do with me and Herc. I got to
and I'm
beef
not
with Herc
about to
just like
censor
you.
him. Like I'm not about to censor nobody else.
Hey yo, Ali.
No
Wait, hold
sweat.
up. Wait, hold up, Ali. Hold up.
I'm
Hold up.
just saying.
Wait, Ali, hold up,
Cash App.
Ali. This nigga say he spread rated through, but it has nothing to do with quantum physics, even though it's talking about the hydrogen atom.
Kinetic. No. Kinetic. Brother. Kinetic.
Hey, you need to go to the
Quantum.
yo. You need to
Omar,
get out of here, bro.
Omar, you
Real
own
talk.
somebody else's time, and you completely stopped them for the last 2 minutes.
All right.
And you're about to go in again if I didn't say nothing.
Oh my gosh.
Go ahead, Quantum.
Let me see. Existence. It circulates like a toroid, a self-sustaining loop that feeds itself from its own motion. That appears as outward expansion and inward return is not random circulation. It is the geometry through which formation becomes possible. The toroidal sphere is the cleanest image I found for this. A simple torus can be imagined as a smoke ring, circular, self-contained, rolling forward while the interior rotates back through the center. But the geometry here is more complete than a ring. Imagine the torus expanding into a sphere, where every point flows toward its opposite, while the whole system continuously folds inward and outward. That is the toroidal sphere, the geometry of formation itself, and the three-dimensional structure through which the unifatimona field expresses motion and the balance at the same time. And that's just the first 2 paragraphs. The whole thing telling you, I give you my whole. I hate giving people my equations and stuff because I heard you talking, and I know you got that email that you said that you didn't get. You and Roy Triss, and you're putting it in your worldview. You need to just come on over here. These is real equations that you a mathematician that we form, that we can work with. You ain't got to use nobody else's stuff. This is real American. The stuff that you saying that they recognize, I recognized it too. The same shit from right over here in America. I didn't have to go back to Africa for it. It's right here in our faces.
I'm waiting for y'all to get a debate topic popping, man.
I told him what the debate topic is. I can prove to him that I have the most logical explanation for existence. Period.
Okay, now let me pause. Don't even respond to what he posed as a debate topic. Massa, what are some debate topics that you would propose if you were to debate over here? Don't even listen to nothing he just said. Just what would you debate if you were to
Here, let me scroll up so you can get the rest of my equations. I know why you
because
ain't
that could be 2 totally different things. I don't even want to get into what you like about what he said.
I mean, I guess you know what I'm saying, what he said when he was talking about the toroidal sphere, his existence is the only explanation.
Most logical. He said most
logical explanation for existence.
Get it right. You know what I'm saying? So you feel?
Yeah, man.
You know what I'm saying?
We spend on
I can respect. Hold on, I can respect. You know what I'm saying? The thing is that, you know, with only I like his style of trying to approach this topic. You know what I'm saying? But he doesn't see the flaw in his research. So yeah, I can do him on that topic of is onlyism the only, I mean, not the most logical, what's it, the most logical.
Give it to him again, Quantum.
OL.
The topic, man, and the title. We don't need your acronyms. Come on. Concise.
Oh, I thought it was
be concise.
Only is
the most logical explanation for existence.
Explanation for existence. Yes. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, definitely, brother. I you know what, I fuck with you, man. I think you cool. I think you on the path. So I can respect that. I can respect that.
So you go put some BTA and school him and show him what he missing.
Is you know what I'm saying? Is onlyism the most logical, you know what I'm saying?
Explanation
of existence.
This is a very robust philosophy. You ain't even
for existence. I think for existence sounds
for
right.
For existence. You know, and I think we're defining existence as like what the universe that we're living in, right?
What we gonna define existence as?
Yeah, like the universe that we're living in, right?
Context matters.
Yeah. Let me.
Yeah, you have to define terms.
Yeah, I'm
Really,
fixing to
honestly, is it going to be like on the book? Is that what's going on?
I mean, I got my own definition, so we just
I
gonna have
don't
to.
like that, but I mean, go ahead. Do your
Okay,
thing.
wait.
Don't
What's your definition of existence?
That which is real rather than not.
That which is real rather than not.
See, you would have to literally write all this out and submit it, man.
That's what I'm saying.
You're gonna
Like,
if you're
this-
defining your own terms, you're gonna have to do that before the debate, and then he still has to accept that. Like you if you're gonna come with your own nomenclature,
it's
you're
gonna be
have
the
to
same.
submit if you're gonna do it like that, because this is gonna be a tricky debate. You're gonna have to submit a premise, and you're gonna have to submit your definitions if you're coming with your own nomenclature.
Bet I got all that. I got all that. I got all
And
that.
then he has to look at that and say, okay, I can do this, because he still might not want to deal with your nomenclature.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to either. There you go. You
Am I
got a
correct?
way out. He gave you a way out.
I'm not giving him a way out.
Yes,
I'm
you
trying to
gave
make
him a
sure
way.
the debate
You heard
makes
what I
sense.
said. You heard
It
what I
has to
said.
make sense. But go ahead, let him ask his questions.
You heard what I
Go
said.
ahead, let him ask his questions though.
No, I just think that, you know what I'm saying, when we talk about existence, or we talk about the world, the reality that we're living in, this universe that we're
Absolutely.
okay, so if we have that understanding that existence is a definition of this universe, this reality that we're living in, then you know what I'm saying, we're on the same topic.
Yeah.
But no, when he start going into Fatima and all that other stuff, like don't come talking about that. What? Because nobody knows.
No,
what that
but
means.
that's the same thing. But that's
No,
the
nobody
same
know
thing
what
of
Mayat and
existence.
shit mean. They get to talk about. I don't even want to do it no
No,
more.
it's just
It's
it's
over with.
commonly
It's over.
accepted vernacular. It's the you're talking. What is it? What is the word? Delay. But yeah, if you're coming with terms that you've redefined, you got to submit those terms and let everybody learn your damn language. You can't come talking Hobbit and don't nobody speak Harry Potter, nigga. Like, what are you doing?
That's Lord of the Rings.
You gotta define your terms and or so if you're gonna be using, everybody's gonna be confused. I was just confused when you read that paragraph, and I knew that nobody knew what you was talking about because nobody knows the nomenclature. I'm only new to look up. I knew what you meant because I've heard you use it and break it down. Nobody else could understand what Fatima meant. It just sounded like a bunch.
No, I understood what it meant because he used it before. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you've seen it, but I guarantee you probably half of the people on here haven't heard him use Fatima. And
I haven't heard him before, but I grasped the concept.
What's Fatima? Tell me what Fatima is.
I didn't say I knew it.
Right,
I don't know.
Have a seat.
I grasped the concept.
Have a seat. You go speak up and look bad.
I kind of grasped the concept.
I don't want to embarrass the students today. All right, trying to help y'all shine. So yeah, that's how we gonna do it. But that's just gonna make the debate easy and everybody can follow along. People are using the same terms. Nobody's arguing past each other. It's not going to be a game of semantics when we show up, and the judges are going to be disappointed. Like, what is this?
Right.
Or the people at home. So that's always important.
Hey, so yeah, that's. I mean, I'm down with it, man, brother. Ali, you know what I'm saying? I'm down with it. So we could talk about it. You know what I'm saying? We could get it set up. What is it? This is April. So we could get it set up and you know, have fun with it, because I understand your point of view and where you're coming from, and I respect your point of view. I respect that your philosophy. I like how you you know what I'm saying, you're thorough about it, and you're trying to make you know what I'm saying, I respect it. I respect it. But I like it. You know what I'm saying? And you know, I'm gonna be gentle. I'm not gonna be like Suave Boss. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be polite with it.
Hey, I remember that Suave Boss. If you haven't seen Quantum Truth, go against Suave Boss, you need to go back in the archives in the live section on my channel and get a bite of that debate because it is one of the most fire debates 2026. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And that's what it's crazy. It's crazy because like my teachers, my associates, the people I work with, they all like, nigga, you too nice with these kids, nigga. You need to be more rough. I'm like, I'm like, I'm cool with it. I try to be polite with the kids, I try to be nice with them. You know what I'm saying? I ain't all rough with them. You know what I'm saying? It's all good, man. So yeah, I would like to have this conversation with you, this debate with you, man, and hopefully, hopefully, you know what I'm saying, we both can learn, you know what I'm saying, the perspective of where you're coming from and move, you know what I'm saying, and graduate, you know what I'm saying, build from that. Because that's what people do. That's what people do. You know what I'm saying? You're a philosopher, you know what I'm saying, you got your ideas, you talk to other people and you know what I'm saying, you build off of that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, you challenge each other. And then you build off that perspective. That's what people do. That's how things grow, and that's how you move forward. So, me and you know what I'm saying, debating on this topic, it'll be good. You know what I'm saying? So we could do that, definitely. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, we're gonna set it up. We're gonna take our time with it too. So it's right. Like again, I'm gonna have him submit a premise and his definitions to you. I'm actually booked up until the end of the month, pretty much. I think the last week is the only thing I got open right now. But we're gonna get it. Like probably we're gonna schedule a face off toward the end of the month, and then you will see this next month.
I need to bring
y'all
my
got time to prepare. He's got time to go through your literature as well. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
All right. So so it's 2:05 right now. So what's up? Who else is up, man? What's going on, man?
Yeah, man. I appreciate you sticking around this long, man.
Yeah.
I'm about to shut it down. They got 5 minutes. I'm shutting it down in 6 hours. They ain't getting a full shift out of me. No, you know what, man? If some brothers hit my cash app up today, I'm not gonna shut it down until they ready to go to sleep. Till my
This is that cash app, guys.
When they tap out, I'll tap out. So yeah, we up until the two people blessed tonight.
Hey, yo, A1.
Hey, can I ask a question real quick to these quantum physics brother and these
Hey,
Sadiq and Omar blessed tonight. I appreciate y'all, Sadiq and Omar. So yeah, we gonna stay up until y'all go to sleep.
Sure, man. I hate you up again too,
why did you have to mention my name, brother?
My bad,
you have to mention my name, brother? Come on, man.
I'm about to see how this conversation go, A1.
But no, I gotta go to my Hey, I gotta dip real quick to my woman. I just want to say something
it's a million
real quick.
ways to support though. I do appreciate it though.
Damn, why
I do
you
appreciate
every
it.
time you got the talk?
No, man, my woman upstairs calling
man,
me.
it ain't even about that. You support so big in so many ways, man. Don't even worry about it. But yeah, it's not even like that, man.
Ain't no sweat. I always show love. I always show love. But yeah, you didn't have to say, hey. I was trying to be secretive, nigga.
My bad. I'm gonna stop doing that. Yeah.
No sweat.
Streaming his channel. He got like 2,500 followers, so he always streaming his channel. He be having a lot more eyes on me than I can get on myself right now, literally. So if you go to his channel, my videos on his page were like 600-700 views. Like every day.
Damn, A1, how you know I ain't
hey, OTK, you got a page? If you got a page, I'm gonna subscribe to your joint too, OTK. I'm gonna subscribe to you, OTK. Yeah, I'm a good brother.
You, man. A lot of these people on my page.
I always show love.
People he brought over here, man. He been showing a lot of
love. Yeah, man. Yeah.
This a team, but man. We all a team, baby. We all a team, man.
See, here's the thing, because I gotta go. My girl, my rib calling me. She calling me. So I just want to kind of land. I just want to land before I jump off. So to the brother Hercules, as you can see, when we dialogue, it's heated. But here's the thing here, and A1 can vouch for this. Whenever I lead this panel, I'm like, my personality, I'm easy to get along with. I'm a cool brother. But when we dialogue and I goes in, but you know what I'm saying? That was a good dialogue, Hercules. And just to be transparent and keep it a buck, I was thinking, I was like, okay, what is this guy talking about? So what I had to do, I had to throw everything that I was thinking about out the window. And I said, you know what? Let me look at it from Hercules' lens. That way I can at least see where he coming from, even though I disagree. So my thing is, looking at it from your lens, I can see where you coming from. I can understand. My only pushback is it was highly flawed. But, you know, I could tell after dialogue, I could tell you a cool brother too. You know what I'm saying? I like the harsh words. You know what I'm saying? Hard dialogue going in. But at the end of the day, whenever I leave, you know, I say shalom to my brother A1 and I crack a couple of jokes. Like I said, I'm a cool brother. I'm easy to get along with. It's never no sweat. You know what I'm saying? I don't take things personal, and it's always love, man. So shalom to my brother A1, Titan Debate League, to everybody on the panel, man. You know, y'all is some cool brothers. Even though, you know, we can agree to disagree, we can go in hard, but it's all love at the end of the day. And I just wanted to say that, man. I got respect. I love y'all, brothers.
For sure, bro. Likewise, bro. Love you back, bro. Shalom.
All right, good night, brothers.
Good night, bro.
This OTK page right here. Go subscribe if you already aren't. Open to knowledge. That's his icon. And again, like if you look at my numbers, you're gonna have to start going to his page and add in the numbers too. He got it, you know, he be doing numbers over here. Yeah, some of this stuff upwards 600-700 views, some of these videos that I got over here. So yeah, I appreciate you helping spread the word and bring attention to what we doing. Back to you, gentlemen.
Hey, real quick, I just want to let both Hercules and A1 know, and the rest of the panel, but this is mainly for A1 and Hercules. It's really important for, especially in the society that we live in, that Black male teachers exist. So when you guys come across a Black male teacher, somebody whose profession is to actually teach as a Black man, that's important because that throws off the system. And the system as we see it right now is not even trying to entertain Black men being in positions of teaching. We all experience it. So I say that to say this. I know a lot of y'all just come on here to play games, to stay 10 toes down on your beliefs, to be, you know what I'm saying, eager to get a debate, eager to get clout. But let's not forget that the whole system is dependent on demonizing and misrepresenting Black men so they can do exactly what they're doing now and what they always have been. So I just want to let y'all know that it's very important for Black male teachers to exist. And when Black male teachers come into the conscious sector to talk about ancient African history, self-identity, inner peace, science, that is valuable, and we got to stop playing games. Thanks, A1, for bringing on an actual male teacher.
That's not valuable in America for everybody.
We don't got. It's a closing argument. I don't know. You leaving?
Hey, can I say something real quick?
No, I appreciate you. No doubt, man.
My bad, A1. My bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but yeah, it sounds like a closing argument. I was gonna say we don't got to debate the closing argument. I appreciate you. I'm waiting for your presentation, man. Let me know when you're ready. Murder.
Yeah, I'll be in contact with you. Hotel family.
My bad.
It's me. You know, I come across a few of you brothers with a couple platforms. That's what made me, you know, subscribe and things. And you know, I'm kind of late on the conversation, but I pick up very well. And for example, as far as teaching, see, I got myself into a situation 3 years ago, you know, and which came back and got me into, I had to do weekends in jail. You know what I mean? But prior to that, I was street dude, straight street dude. 20 years ago, I'm 48 right now. 20 plus years ago, I'm straight street. 25 years ago, straight street. You did. And when I got into situations which some of my people helped me understand and develop different ways of going at things, right? And I picked up a job, and then, I raised my kids and things like that. I overcame adversity. I'm not speaking on religion or anything. So I just got out of jail I got to do weekends. I got 7 weekends to do. And man, when I look at them brothers, man, these little young brothers that I see in there, they ain't coming home. I'm only doing 1 day, man. 1 day. And I'm looking at these young brothers, man, they young, they 18, 20 years old, man. They not coming home.
Damn.
They don't have nobody to talk to, even if they got cases that they can get 10 or 15 years. Okay, they young, but what they got when they come home?
I did 15.
I'm talking about they 20, they getting out at 35. Okay, you still got a little life left. But then, I'm from where they came from. I was that look, man. It was like looking in the mirror, man. I was that little young nigga. I beat so many cases as a young dude. And me being who I am now, I'm looking at myself in the mirror. And I was ready to just break down, man. Then that's how far we go. Let's take religion out. Okay, you have Muslims, you have Christianity, you have all the faiths. Let's not go there. But you have it. What are we doing for our youth? People, man, I'm telling you, man, looking in that glass, looking at those young men and talking to these young men, they like, man, OG, what's up? Ooh, man, I got today. Man, at 5 o'clock, they coming to get me. This brother he on charges that, man, he ain't coming back from. And all I was there is just to support him and tell him, hey, man, this is what it is. This is what you do. Did no religion have nothing to do with what I was telling them boys at that time? And they said, I understand. I understand what you're talking about. Because I came from here, and y'all know this. And then y'all see the transaction that I've done, and the one slip up. I'm 48 years old. One slip up, look where I'm at. Look where I'm at right now. I'm right back with y'all. Come on, man. You got to dig deeper, because times is not getting easy for us. We all of us is always debating about religion, this religion, oh, this God. Okay, if you think about it, in Christianity, it's more Black people within the tradition than any other people. Islam, it's more Black people in Islam than any other people. All the Abrahamic faiths is more Black people than anybody. But we looked upon like we are the enemy, like we don't supposed to be. But we the ones that got everything jumping. We are the spiritual of the tradition. We put the spirituality wouldn't be nothing without us, man.
I agree with that. I love the youth, man. It's all about the youth. Hey, King Hercules, man, great show, man, brother. I can't wait till you come up again and you do another build over here. You know what I'm saying? I love to see you and goddamn Quantum Truth. You know what I mean? Y'all build on that quantum realm because I want to
Yeah,
really see, is quantum something that's made up,
it's not because
or
you know why?
hold on.
Because
Can I finish my question?
okay,
Hey,
go ahead,
God,
excuse
can
me,
I finish my question?
excuse me.
I'm asking King Hercules because it's his show. Is the quantum realm, is that a made up math that deals with science and you can't have one without the other when you're dealing with quantum? Go ahead.
No, I would say no.
No, as far as what part? It's not made up.
No, it's not made up. No, it's part
Hmm.
of our reality that we live in.
What part of our
So
reality is quantum?
the unseen, you know what I'm saying? Just because you
No,
can't
that's
see it,
that's just the unseen. That's not quantum, brother.
no, because it no, it's the same. Because what's the unseen deals with the reality, what you can't see.
The
In the
unseen is
quantum,
nature, brother.
yeah, but what you can't see is also quantum because atoms are quantum.
All right, all right. Hold on, whoa. So when did it? What, you say atoms are quantum too now?
Yeah, atoms are quantum. They live in that quantum
Okay,
There's
realm.
quantum hoops and
okay,
shit.
okay. They live in the realm within themselves. Okay, okay. All right. I understand that. So, um, we didn't see quantum physics come out in science until like what, the atomic bomb, right, or the atomic bomb, correct?
Um, around that, yeah. Before that,
Copen,
yeah.
Copenhagen, the one who came up with quantum physics, correct?
Um, Around that time, yeah.
All right. So was when he talked to Einstein, did Einstein say this shit don't make no sense? Like this is not normal. Yes.
Yeah.
So that means he was creating a new system, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I say quantum is something created.
Yeah.
The whole
I mean,
quantum realm,
yeah.
the
Everything.
explanation of the quantum realm is, go ahead, my
So
bad, my bad. That was my
yeah.
bad.
No. I understand what you're saying. I think that it's the question of like is mathematics invented or has it already existed? You know, and so it was already in existence, but it took us to understand it. You know, it took us to get to the level of understanding. You know what I'm saying? Like this quantum level of like you're discovering particles. You know, the hydrogen, the carbon, you know what I'm saying, the aluminum, all these particles. These particles have always been in existence in the universe, but it took us to at a point of level of science to understand and see these particles and understand what they are. You know, they was already there, but it took the
I
level
agree.
of science to get to that level to understand what they are.
Okay. I love that. I love that. Thank you. Thank you. My bag, I had to ask you them little crazy questions for you to get deep like that. I like
No,
layman
no.
terms, man. You know what I mean? Y'all quantum brothers be talking over our heads sometime. I like the layman terms sometime, man. I love
Can I,
that though. Okay, bet.
can I ask the dear brother a question so he can further explain what you was talking about? Because for what he was saying, I
Oh
think
yeah,
he
Mike on
can.
you, bro. Yep, it's on you, bro. Go
Okay,
ahead. Thank you. Thank you. Yep. Thank you. Go ahead.
the wave particle. Can you explain a wave particle to him? as far as from atoms, and can you explain that? So they'll have a better understanding of how particles are instead,
I mean,
because
I
go
mean,
ahead.
the wave particle is just. I mean, for Western, you gotta understand that Western science, they discovered it took
Yeah.
them a minute to understand what a particle was. When they viewed particle, it was just like this dot. You know what I'm saying? But from an African point of view, particles, these atoms, they've always moved in waves. They always understand that they move as a wave. You know what I'm saying? But it was in Western science, the Europeans, it took them a minute to understand that particles are not just this dot; they are actually moving around in waves. So when you're dealing
Until
with a
observed.
so when you're
Until
dealing with
observed.
yeah, and when you're dealing with a wave particle, you know what I'm saying, they trying to observe this particle and where it's at, where it's located at. You know what I'm saying, and that gives them the like you're trying to understand like where's this wave located, where's this particle located in this field. You know what I'm saying? I set up this field, so I'm trying to understand where this particle is going and where it's at. So what I was trying to say, what I was trying to explain with African, from the African point of view, from the black point of view, you would not be sitting back trying to look at where this particle is observed and where it's at and where it's located. Because from the black point of view, you would be a part of the particle. You would embrace the particle.
Right.
You would, you know what I'm saying, you would get lost into it. You would understand the rhythmatic of it. You would be one with the particle, so you can understand their properties. But what I'm saying, why? But the difference between African science and European science is that they separate themselves from nature, from the experiment. You know what I'm saying? They are the observers. You have to observe the particle in its action to see what
Right.
is going on. You got to observe what's going on. In African science, you got to be immense. You know what I'm saying? You got to embrace the particle. You know what I'm saying? If I want to understand the hydrogen atom, then I got to understand the hydrogen atom. I will embrace the hydrogen. You know what I'm saying? I will put on the mask and the ritual, you know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying, you will pour libation, the drums and the rhythm and the songs and the chat and all that will give you this understanding of the hydrogen atom. And then you could say, damn, okay, I understand where this atom is coming from. I understand the properties of it because you was connected with it. You had a, you know
Can
what
I
I'm saying, you make this
can I add on what
connection.
you said?
Go ahead.
Can I add on? It's like a prayer. If I pray or meditate, and like if I'm praying to you, my brother, and you go into prayer and you focus in on that particle, well, that wave, then it becomes a particle because it goes to it goes to direct. See, that's what people fail to realize is it's the wave. Any prayer, however prayer, because if, for example, how can um, a person pray that's on death row get granted, get his prayer answered, but a person with cancer dies? You know, it's like God have a lottery pick on who received the blessing. But it's waves. And once you recognize it, it's in particles, and you receive that information. You receive you feel me on that?
Yeah, definitely. That's one of the things that I tell people that I try to express that like
Huh?
the thing is
That
that
made sense to you?
like you try to
That made sense to you, King Hurt?
yeah go ahead. What you say, A1?
I'm saying that makes sense to you. He lost me. Make it make sense to me.
No, it makes sense because what he's saying is that like so you're dealing with energy, and what I tell people is like you know one of the things is that being a Christian, you know, what I'm saying you being a Christian, the energy for Black people, you know, you're only supporting white supremacy. It don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter how much you pray to Jesus. You know what I'm saying? You believe in Jesus. You know, you're basically supporting white supremacy when it comes to the fundamental element when you look at it from a fundamental perspective. Because because it's like, yo, why is Europe so wealthy and rich as Christians? However, Africa is poor because there was a pact that was made when Constantine accepted Christianity as part of the Roman Catholic faith. When he made that pact, after his death, you see the Europeans going around all around Europe, embracing Christianity and enforcing Christianity amongst the people in Europe, amongst their people. You know what I'm saying? Getting rid of that the Wicca and that European traditional faith. You know what I'm saying? They're forcing Christianity on everybody all throughout Europe. And at that point, then they left out of Europe. Once they solidified that hold on Christianity, they left out of Europe, went all around the world, making the sacrifices, making killings in the name of Jesus. So this comes back to the ritual of the African concept of ritual and pouring libation, and understand that there is a reciprocal process. And I know y'all don't. I know y'all gonna be like, wait, hold up, what? So I mean, think about this from the African point of view. In African spirituality, there's a reciprocal relationship between the spiritual world and the physical world. In order for you to maintain that relationship, you have to pour libation. You have to make sacrifice. You have to make an offering. You know what I'm saying? You don't get nothing from nothing. You know what I'm saying? You don't get something from nothing. You got to give something. So as you making the sacrifice and you pour libation, the people in the spiritual realm bless you. You know what I'm saying? They look over you. They give you like, all right, I got you. So what I'm saying is that what happened
Is this
with
all the
Constantine?
African spirituality, or is this just Kemetic
No,
spirituality?
it's all of it. It's all of it. It's all of it.
It's like this.
Wait, hold up.
Okay.
Wait, no. Wait, stop.
You
Wait,
understand
hold up.
plantation?
Wait, hold up. Stop. Hold up. Let me finish. It's all of African spirituality that understand the reciprocal process. But what white people did from what they didn't from a perspective of not knowing what they did. Maybe they did know. I don't know. What they did when Constantine solidified Christianity, he made a bond between Jesus and the Europeans. That's what he did. And what happened was that through those centuries, they sacrificed people's blood and name in the name of Jesus. And then after the 1400s, 1492, they went around the world killing people in the name of Jesus, creating those sacrifices in the name of Jesus. That created a bond, a spiritual bond with the Europeans. That spiritual bond has not been broken and cannot be broken until we make sacrifices equal to what they have done. So you have a lot of. So I know. Wait. Hold up. I know it's weird. But when you think about it,
but
about
look,
the concept.
it's more.
Let me
Hold on.
hold up. Wait.
Like
Stop.
blood
I'm not finished. Wait. I'm not finished. If you think about the concept of reciprocity, the give and take the part of give and taking between the spiritual world and the physical world. You have to give something to receive something. Then it all makes sense because white people have gave the sacrifice in the name of Jesus. They spilled blood in the name of Jesus for hundreds and thousands of years. So they had made a solidified bond between them and the spiritual realm of Jesus. So it only
But
works.
you speaking on two different fields. Okay, so for one, our ancestors, right? We are for example, our neuromelanin, not melanin, neuromelanin. The chat, everybody look it up. Neuromelanin. Look it up. We are the first people. Yeah, we watered down through time and stuff like that, but we have what you say, neuromelanin. And what we have is our pineal, which is not calcified. We have our first thought. Everything is to nature, to the cosmos, and everything. All we have to do is sit down and just close our eyes and meditate, pray, and everything. That's when I was talking about the wave particle, that's when you receive. Because you have to do more than, because then within religion, yeah, it took from Kemet, it took from all different fashions of cultures and things like that, and brought it back. That's just like me on the plantation praying to God, oh, let me off this plantation, but the slave owner praying to me staying on the plantation. What part of the game is that? It don't make no sense. You know, we praying to the same God for liberation.
Mm-hmm.
One praying for liberation, the other is praying for the plantation, basically.
That's what I'm trying to explain is that
But hold
on.
on.
What I'm trying to explain is that black people, we pray to the same God. However,
all of it is the same God. Okay, everybody have the recipe for who God is great. Okay, all the faiths, all the Abrahamic faith, from all the traditions. Everybody, this is how torn up it is. Oh, if you don't believe in Jesus, you don't believe in God. Oh, Jesus is not real, all of that. It's talking about you. If we break everything down back to a science, if we break things,
that's what I'm trying to explain. You're not understanding that it's not about praying to the same God at all. Because when you break it down, it's about the energy in the universe, basically.
Exactly.
When you're looking at the, so let's just deal with the concept of black people, the slave and the free black people, understanding praying to Jesus, and white people, they're praying to the same God. However, as I just explained, as I was just trying to explain, but the difference was that throughout the centuries, white people have created a bond with Jesus that black people did not create. They created a bond of sacrifice, of blood sacrifice, of human sacrifice. Stop. They killed people. They killed humans in the name of Jesus. This bond, this spiritual sacrifice, this energy that was released. They released energy in the name of Jesus. This was created in a bond that unified them. It's not equate. Wait, hold up. I'm saying what
Okay,
I'm saying.
go deep
I'm
down.
not done. I'm not done.
Hold on.
I'm not done. I'm not
When the
done. I'm
Bible
not
says,
done.
when the
I'm not
Bible says,
done. Stop, brother. I'm not done. I'm not
okay,
done.
good.
I'm not done. Throughout the centuries, it doesn't matter what black people have done. We have not killed people in the name of Jesus. You understand? You have not, our ancestors have not killed people in the name of Jesus to make the sacrifice equal to what they have done. You can only pray, you can only get on your knees and pray and make sense, but they have sacrificed the blood of human beings. So in the prospect, in the understanding of reciprocity between the spiritual realm and the physical realm, killing people and spilling the blood of people is a stronger bond than you praying on your knees and just saying the words. It's a stronger bond. So you're praying to Jesus. Don't equate to them what they have done. It doesn't matter.
Okay, okay. So what you saying is that the little blood covenant that their tradition came to, we have to spill the same blood to equal it out or something like that.
We don't even. That's basically at a basic fundamental level. Yes, that's what I'm saying. But we don't
See,
even have to
first of
do
all,
that. I'm gonna just say we don't even have to do that. No, wait. I'm gonna just say we don't have to do that. But go ahead.
see, our ancestors didn't worship gods. They put attributes on seasons, the sun, how the earth grows. Everything had an attribute, a name, you know. But then at the same time, we are spiritual. When you have unspiritual people, they get domestic violence, cannibals, and the most violent people of this earth. We gave them Christianity.
No, we did not.
Yes, we did. Our ancestors, where you think they got Christianity from? The Coptic Egypt, the Coptic Kemet, the Gnostics. Go all the way back to the Ptolemies. We gave them Christianity. They had nothing to worship. They've always been a violent people, you know? And then if you go into the Bible, if you judge them as a whole, look at them now today. It'll tell you.
Let me ask you,
Right.
do you see the story? Are you saying the story of Osiris and Isis and Horus is the Jesus story?
Where you think they got it from, man?
I'm asking you, are you saying that?
Horus, if you go to Horus bio, that's Jesus. If you go, it was between Horus and Osiris. So now you can go, it's other saviors than Jesus with the same bio. Jesus just the last one. How many is it? What, 18? If I'm not mistaken, something like that. Jesus just the last one. The first is Horus with the same attributes.
So you're saying that it's a copy?
If it's not a copy, what is it?
I'm just saying, are you saying it's a copy?
Yes, it's a copy. It's a copy.
Okay, so if it's a copy, if they copy from us, if they copy from our people, then it's a bad copy and is not correct.
It's a weaponized copy.
Then it's not
It's a
correct.
weaponized copy. But like I'm talking about any and everything that we do, they weaponize it.
But still, it's
I'm talking
not
about
correct.
hip hop started off with just telling a story from state to state of living condition. They weaponized it to where we kill it.
Brother, the point is that if they copied off us, if they copied off our ancestors, they didn't copy the correct shit, and it is a bad copy, and it is a corruption.
Yes, it's a bad copy. It's it's not literal. You know, I'll take the Bible. It has some facts in it, but it's not literal. You know, it's not supposed to be taken literal.
Yeah.
It's allegory. It's allegory. Okay, like for example, if you say Jesus, right? I would say the energy of what that Bible is speaking, if you take every red letter in that Bible and put yourself in it, it's talking about you. So the energy is real, but literal is not. Everything about you is real. You the only literal, you the only real thing in the Bible that's walking. Because if you look at it, the Bible is only talking about a certain area that's in Africa, because it got to be next to Africa for it to be real.
All right, so let me end with this because A1, I think A1 it's almost time for us to end this joint. So let's end with this. Let's end with this because you know what I'm saying. Black people, you know what I'm saying. We've been on this planet for over 200,000 years. We already been here, and for us to follow a religion that was created by people that don't respect us, we have to seriously correct. We have to seriously look at that. All right. Because our ancestors already created a religion, already created a spirituality based on our own worldview. But yet we sitting around here trying to discuss and trying to debate, whether it's something is real, it's something, I mean, it makes no sense. We've been here for 300,000 years. We already had an understanding of the world and the universe. We create a spirituality, not a religion. Our ancestors create a spirituality based off the cosmology, based off the universe, saying that vibrates with the universe. But yet, we want to take the words from people who we consider our enemies, who our ancestors call our enemies, and say that, oh, wait, well, this might be, better religion. This might be a better perspective on no. And I'm saying, no, we have to stop that. We have to get back to what, Sankofa, we have to get back to what our ancestors created. And once we get back to understanding and implementing the spirituality of what our ancestors created, we're going to be a better people because it benefits us to vibrate with the earth, to vibrate with the universe, to vibrate with the source. And being a Christian, being a Muslim, being Jewish, none of that vibrates with the source code of the universe at all. So that's what I'm going to just say. And, what I'm saying, you guys, have a good night. A1 is what? Damn, it's 2 a.m. I'm about to get out.
Hey, bro, one thing. I totally agree with what you said. And once we all get in tune, we can't create another Egypt. Kemet, but we can create something greater once we put our minds and things together. You know, first we gotta take the shackles off our head with this religion and go forward, and then pick up the pieces. We don't have to wonder why. I'm talking about as far as like the Metro Nectar and all of that stuff. That's Kemet then. We gotta have our own language, and it speaks to us all at this point. You know, we can't just fight. Oh well, this is what this said. This is what this said. Just no. Let's stop, come together, and move forward. And I let my play.
All right, A1.
Peace. Have a good night. Sadiq, you want to closing remarks?
My man Sadiq.
He probably knocked out. The bat. Asar, anybody still up? Everybody sleep? All right, we gonna go to a word from our sponsors and end with the song by Connie Sun, man. Peace to everybody. Remember my motto, treat your smile like your money. Never let them steal it. We out.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror now.
Let's be real for a second. Some of you claim you're the best debaters in the game, but every week you're still arguing for free. You study, you prepare, you show up, you give them viral moments, and the platform gets paid, not you. That's not competition, that's exploitation. Some leagues built their entire reputation off the backs of debaters they never intended to compensate. Clips, views, donations, super chats, and the people creating the content still walking away with nothing. Over here, we don't play that game. We are one of the only debate leagues actually paying debaters, reinvesting back into the community. Because if your arguments generate value, you deserve value. So here's the reality check. If you're really the monster you claim to be, if your research is really as sharp as you say, if you really think you could dominate any room, then prove it. And here's where the stakes are real. Warriors don't fight exhibitions forever. They fight where the prize is. So you have a choice. Stay comfortable debating for exposure, building someone else's empire, or come step into the arena where serious debaters get respect and paid. This isn't charity. This is combat. Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, a charismatic new host, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy the cipher. Intellectual sword to slice you, or whatever device you recommend. Surgical precise pen, hand get heated, the room will spin. If man get treated, them goals gon' spin. Level heads with feet, paradigm the box you in. Got a pair of red dimes in the box you in. Don't matter paradigms, your clock won't spin. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we're stopping. It's the clash of the Tigers. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we stomping.
Motivation. Yeah. Go own it. You own it. You own it. You own it. Are you investing your money or are you spending? You got that hunger, you come from humble beginnings. It's time to own it. No paying rent where you living. Go buy the land and you pass it down to your children. Do you feel me? Being broke ain't a number, that there's a mindset. They say it's lonely at the top, you made that climb, yeah. You wasted time. God no, can't get no time back. You can't flip numbers till the day you flip life insurance ride. Cause all the money made in a day is just might save your night. That 401k, make it light, and if it's wrong, you make it right. You take too long, you pay the price. Only the strong gon' sacrifice. Now if I told you crypto numbers, you would think I was lying. I heard people 35 were talking about they retiring. They hit the store, they got the book, they even studied online. About to build financial foundation, one tool at a time. I'm talking black business